Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. On a beautiful September evening in Arkansas, when the leaves were just beginning to turn their autumn colors, a successful real estate agent made one final appointment before heading home to dinner with her husband. It was supposed to be a simple showing, a routine end to a busy day, but Beverly Carter would never make it home that night. What followed was a desperate search, a shocking discovery, and a case that would forever change how real estate agents think about their safety. This is the story of Beverly Carter. Beverly Carter was 50 years old in the fall of 2014, and by all accounts, she was living her best life. She worked as a real estate agent for Cray-like Realtors in the Little Rock area of Arkansas. And she wasn't just good at her job, she was exceptional. In one remarkable year, Beverly had sold $12 million worth of real estate, placing her among the top 10 agents in the entire state. But success in her career was only part of Beverly's story. She had been married to her husband, Carl Carter Sr., for nearly 35 years. It was the kind of marriage that had weathered storms and come out stronger. Like many long marriages, theirs hadn't been perfect. Carl had made mistakes early on. An affair, a drunken altercation where he'd struck Beverly in anger. These were things they'd worked through together, attending counseling, rebuilding trust brick by brick. By 2014, their relationship had transformed into something solid and loving. Their two sons had grown into men, and Beverly had become a grandmother, a role that brought her immense joy. Those who knew Beverly described her as a woman with the biggest personality, yet somehow humble and sweet at the same time. She was the kind of person who lit up a room when she entered, who remembered the small details about people's lives, who made everyone feel like they mattered. She was, in every sense, the cornerstone of her family, the matriarch they all relied on. Thursday, September 25, 2014, started like so many other days for Beverly. The weather was exceptional, one of those perfect fall days where the heat of summer has finally broken, but winter's chill hasn't yet arrived. The sky was clear, the temperature comfortable. It was the kind of day that reminded people why they loved living in Arkansas. Beverly arrived at the Craig-Leike office that morning in good spirits. The day ahead was busy, filled with appointments and showings, the kind of productive schedule that Beverly thrived on. Around midday, something small but pleasant happened. Beverly won $50 in an office competition. It wasn't a life-changing amount of money, but it added a little extra brightness to an already good day. As the afternoon wore on, Beverly moved through her appointments with the practiced efficiency of a seasoned professional. By 5:30 in the evening, she was ready to wrap things up. She had one last showing scheduled for 6 o'clock, and then she'd be done for the day. Beverly picked up her phone and called Carl. "I've got one more appointment," she told him, her voice warm and familiar over the phone line. "Couple wants to see a house in Scott. I should be home by 7:30 or so. I'll pick up dinner on the way." Carl, protective as always after nearly 35 years of marriage, asked her which property she was showing. Beverly told him it was the house at 142002 Old River Drive in Scott, a rural community just outside Little Rock. It was a house she'd shown before, an empty property in a quiet area where the houses were spread far apart among fields and farmland. "See you soon," Beverly said, ending the call with the casual confidence of someone who had no reason to believe this evening would be any different from hundreds of other showings she'd conducted over the years. The house at 142002 Old River Drive sat in an isolated area. This wasn't unusual for the Scott community, where rural properties often meant privacy and space between neighbors. The house itself was vacant, sitting empty and waiting for the right buyer to come along and transform it into a home again. Beverly had been contacted by a man who identified himself as Stephen Adams. He'd called her office at 2 o'clock that afternoon, saying that he and his wife were relocating to the area, and were interested in seeing the property, It was a story Beverly had heard countless times before. Couples moving for work, looking to settle in Arkansas, interested in homes with some land around them. She had no reason to doubt the authenticity of the request. At 6 o'clock, Beverly pulled up to the property in her brown Cadillac SUV, parking it in the driveway. She gathered her materials, the lockbox key, her notebook where she kept details of her appointments, her phone. Inside that notebook, she'd written down the appointment time along with the email address and phone number that Stephen Adams had provided. Beverly approached the house and let herself in, likely already planning in her mind how she would walk the couple through the property, highlighting its features, answering questions about the neighborhood and schools and property taxes. But when Stephen Adams arrived, he came with disappointing news. His wife wouldn't be joining them for the showing after all. This might have given another agent pause. Many real estate safety protocols recommend not showing properties alone, especially to clients you've never met before. But Beverly, like many successful agents who juggle multiple appointments and tight schedules, had shown properties alone countless times before. She was professional, efficient, and confident in her ability to handle a simple house showing. So Beverly proceeded with the tour, walking Stephen Adams through the empty rooms of the house on Old River Drive. Unaware that his real name was Aaron Lewis, and that he had chosen her very specifically, he had targeted Beverly Carter not because she would be the perfect client, but because she was, in his own words, a woman who worked alone, a rich broker. By 8:30 that evening, Carl Carter Jr. got a call from his father. "I can't reach your mother," Carl Sr. said, and there was worry in his voice. "She's not answering her phone, and she should have been home by now." Carl Jr.'s first reaction was almost an eye roll. His father had always been protective of his mother, prone to worry when she ran late. But to put his father's mind at ease, Carl Jr. decided he'd drive by the real estate office. Maybe his mother had stopped there, gotten caught up with paperwork, lost track of time. When Carl Jr. pulled into the parking lot of Cry Lake Realtors, his casual confidence began to crack. The parking lot was empty, the building dark. His mother's car was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Carl Sr. had driven to the house on Old River Drive. When he pulled up to the property, his heart sank. Beverly's brown Cadillac SUV sat in the driveway, exactly where she would have parked it for a showing. The front door of the house stood open, swinging slightly in the evening breeze. But there was no sign of Beverly, no sign of any clients, no sign of anyone at all. Carl Jr. called the police. When investigators arrived at the scene, they found Beverly's SUV sitting untouched. Inside, they found her purse, her credit cards, all of her personal belongings still there, where she'd left them. But they also found her notebook, and in it they found the crucial details she'd written down before leaving the office. The appointment time, the email address, and the phone number for Stephen Adams. The house itself told a strange story. When investigators swept their flashlights across the floors, they could see disturbances in the dust, evidence that people had walked through recently. But oddly, the pattern of disturbance suggested that someone had been dragged or carried through the house. The dust near the entrance showed clear signs that something had been pulled across the floor. Investigators immediately began working to trace the phone number that Beverly had written in her notebook. Meanwhile, they interviewed Beverly's colleagues at the real estate office, trying to piece together her movements that day. They learned about the phone call at 2 o'clock, the details of the appointment, the fact that Beverly had told no one any concerns about meeting these clients. As the hours ticked by with no sign of Beverly, the investigation intensified. They pulled phone records, traced email accounts, followed digital breadcrumbs through the electronic communications that Beverly had exchanged with her supposed clients. And slowly, a picture began to emerge. The email account and phone number traced back to someone connected to a woman named Crystal Lowery. The phone records showed communications between Lowery's phone and the number that had been used to contact Beverly. Investigators began focusing their attention on Crystal Lowery and her husband, Aaron Lewis. On September 29th, 4 days after Beverly disappeared, investigators had Aaron Lewis under surveillance. He was 33 years old, married to Crystal Lowery, and living in Jacksonville, Arkansas. As detectives watched him, Lewis got into a car, and then, perhaps sensing the surveillance or simply by bad luck, he his. When emergency responders arrived, they took Lewis to the hospital. But while he was there, something strange happened. Aaron Lewis ran. He fled the hospital and disappeared into the night. The flight of a guilty man, Investigators thought they issued a warrant for his arrest. Lewis didn't get far. Little Rock police found him and took him into custody. During the initial hours of questioning, Lewis provided investigators with locations where he claimed Beverly was being held. Detectives rushed to these sites, desperate to find Beverly alive, but each location turned out to be a wild goose chase. Beverly wasn't there. Nothing was there. As the interrogation continued through the night and into the next morning, Lewis began to talk. He described in disturbing detail how he had lured Beverly to the house in Scott. He told investigators that he had threatened her with a taser, telling her, "You're about to have a bad day. You're about to be kidnapped." He described how he had bound her hands and mouth with duct tape and forced her into the trunk of his car. When asked why he had targeted Beverly Carter specifically, Lewis was chillingly straightforward. Beverly, he explained, was a target of opportunity. He had been looking for someone to kidnap, someone who had money, someone who worked alone. A real estate agent, especially a successful one like Beverly, fit the profile perfectly. But Lewis refused to tell investigators where Beverly was. He admitted to the kidnapping, provided details that only someone involved would know, but he wouldn't or couldn't reveal her location. On September 30th, 5 days after Beverly Carter disappeared, investigators made a grim discovery, following leads from phone records and Lewis's own admissions. They focused their search on an area near the Argos Concrete Company in Cabot, about 20 miles from where Beverly had last been seen. Aaron Lewis had worked at this concrete plant before. He knew the property, knew the abandoned areas, knew where someone might hide something or someone they didn't want found. Behind the concrete plant, in the quiet darkness of night, sheriff's deputies got down on their hands and knees and began carefully digging. In a shallow grave, bound with duct tape, they found Beverly Carter's body. The scene was heartbreaking. Beverly's face had been wrapped 6 times around with green duct tape, wound so tightly that it had constricted the blood flow to her face before ultimately suffocating her. The tape was layered, overlapping, methodical, and the autopsy would later confirm that Beverly had died from asphyxiation, slowly suffocating as the duct tape sealed off her airways. When Carl Sr. and Beverly's sons were notified that morning, their world shattered. The hope they'd clung to for 5 days, that somehow Beverly would be found alive, that this nightmare would have a different ending, died with the news. "We are devastated at the loss of our precious Beverly," the family said in a statement. "There is now a hole in our hearts that will never be filled." While Aaron Lewis sat in jail, charged with capital murder and kidnapping, investigators continued piecing together what had happened. The deeper they dug into phone records and communications, the more convinced they became that Lewis hadn't acted alone. On October 30th, about a month after Beverly's murder, they arrested Crystal Lowry. Crystal, 41 years old and Aaron Lewis's wife, was charged with the same crimes: capital murder and kidnapping. At first, the details of her involvement remained sealed, locked away in court documents that a judge had ordered kept confidential. But over time, the full picture of what Crystal and Aaron had planned would emerge, painting a portrait of calculated cruelty. According to what would later be revealed, Crystal and Aaron's marriage was in trouble. Crystal had asked Aaron to move out and had filed for divorce. But there was a problem. Aaron didn't have the money to leave and start over. That's when, according to Crystal's later testimony, they hatched a plan. They would find someone wealthy, someone who worked alone, and kidnap them for ransom. They specifically wanted to target someone who was married, reasoning that a spouse would be more likely to pay to get their loved one back. After researching potential targets, they settled on real estate agents as ideal candidates. Real estate agents worked alone, often meeting strangers in empty properties, and successful agents presumably had access to money or wealthy family members who could pay a ransom. Aaron had scoped out potential victims in the affluent Chenal area of West Little Rock. He'd looked at different real estate agents, studying their practices, their schedules, their online presence. Eventually, he focused on Beverly Carter. She was successful, she was married, and she regularly showed properties alone. She was in every terrible way perfect for their scheme. The plan was carefully orchestrated. Crystal and Aaron would pose as a married couple looking to buy a house. They would arrange a showing with Beverly at an isolated property. Once there, they would kidnap her and hold her at an abandoned office building at the Argos concrete plant, where Aaron had worked. From there, they would make their ransom demands. They decided they wanted $100,000 for Beverly's safe return. When Beverly arrived at the house on Old River Drive that September evening, she walked into a trap that had been carefully set. After Aaron told her that his wife wouldn't be joining them, Beverly proceeded with the showing. Professional to the end, but at some point during that tour, Aaron Lewis pulled out a taser and threatened Beverly with it. According to Lewis's own account, he told Beverly she was about to have a bad day, that she was being kidnapped. He bound her wrists and her mouth with duct tape and forced her into the trunk of his car, but the plan immediately began to fall apart. When Aaron drove to the Argos plant with Beverly in his trunk, he discovered that the abandoned office building he'd planned to use wasn't as abandoned as he'd thought. The plan had made changes, and their plan to hide Beverly there while they made ransom demands was impossible. Panicking, with Beverly bound in his trunk and nowhere to take her, Aaron made a decision. He drove Beverly to his home in Jacksonville, the house he shared with Crystal Lowry. There, according to Crystal's later testimony, they put Beverly in the bathroom. Crystal was left to guard her with a stun gun while Aaron drove back to the house in Scott, hoping to retrieve Beverly's purse and her bank card. If they couldn't get a ransom, maybe they could at least drain her bank account. But by the time Aaron arrived back at Old River Drive, it was already too late. Carl Sr. had found Beverly's car. Police were swarming the property, their lights cutting through the darkness, their radios crackling with urgent communications. Aaron had to leave without the purse, without the bank card, without anything. Back at the house in Jacksonville, the situation was rapidly deteriorating. Beverly was bound in the bathroom. Crystal was guarding her. And Aaron had returned empty-handed with the news that police were already investigating. The ransom plan was impossible now. There would be no phone call to Carl Sr., no demand for money, no exchange. But there was another problem. Beverly had been in their house. She had been in their bathroom. According to Crystal's testimony, Beverly had likely seen prescription bottles with Crystal's name on them. She'd seen Aaron's face clearly. If they let Beverly go, she could identify both of them. The kidnapping charge would be devastating enough. But letting Beverly live meant absolute certainty of capture and conviction. At some point during those desperate hours in the Jacksonville house, Crystal and Aaron recorded a message. They forced Beverly to speak into a recording device, creating what was meant to be a ransom message for Carl. Beverly's voice, captured in that 12-second recording, was frightened but trying to stay calm. She begged her husband to cooperate with her kidnapper's demands, warning him that if he didn't, it could be bad. Aaron Lewis would later claim that he didn't actually have Beverly record this message, that he'd used some kind of voice mimicking software to create it. But when investigators played the recording for Carl Jr. during the trial, Beverly's son immediately identified it as his mother's voice. Whatever software Lewis claimed to have used, he curiously couldn't remember the name of it when questioned under oath. The recording was never sent to Carl. By the time it was made, the window for a ransom demand had closed. Police were already investigating. Beverly's family was already searching. Time had run out. According to Crystal's testimony she gave after pleading guilty in exchange for a reduced sentence, she told Aaron that she wanted Beverly gone. "I wanted her out of the house," Crystal said on the witness stand. "I wanted her gone." When the prosecutor asked Crystal to clarify, the question hung in the courtroom. "Permanently gone?" "Yes," Crystal answered. What happened next depends on whose version you believe, though a jury would ultimately decide which account was true. According to Crystal Lowry's testimony, Aaron Lewis took Beverly from the house while Crystal hid. Lewis later returned alone and told Crystal that he had choked Beverly until she died. He described wrapping Beverly's face with duct tape, layer after layer, until she couldn't breathe. But Aaron Lewis would tell a completely different story, one that would add a layer of cruelty to Beverly's family's grief. According to Lewis, Beverly's death was an accident. He claimed that Beverly had arranged to meet him and Crystal for a consensual sexual encounter, that Beverly was having an affair with him, and that she had died accidentally during a sexual act with Crystal while Lewis was away from the house. But the claim would still be made in open court, forcing Beverly's family to sit through the suggestion that she'd somehow brought this on herself, that she'd been unfaithful, that her death was the result of a sexual misadventure rather than murder. The evidence, however, told a clearer story. Beverly Carter's face had been wrapped 6 times with green duct tape. The medical examiner testified that the tape had been applied tightly enough to constrict blood flow to her face before ultimately suffocating her. This wasn't a quick death or an accident. This was deliberate. methodical, and cruel. After Beverly died, Aaron Lewis and Crystal Lowery drove her body to the Argos plant. There, in the darkness behind the concrete building where Lewis had once worked, they dug a shallow grave. Crystal held a flashlight while Aaron dug. When the hole was deep enough, they pulled Beverly's body into it and covered her with dirt. Then they went home and tried to return to their normal lives, as if they hadn't just murdered a grandmother, a wife, a mother, a successful professional woman who had simply been doing her job. It would take more than a year before Aaron Lewis faced trial for Beverly Carter's murder. The case began in January 2016, and it was complicated from the start by a judge's ruling that excluded much of the evidence police had gathered. Pulaski County Circuit Judge Herbert Wright ruled that law enforcement had made critical missteps in their investigation. Some of Lewis's statements to police couldn't be used. Items found in Lewis's car, including pieces of Beverly's hair and duct tape, were excluded. It was a significant blow to the prosecution's case, but they pressed forward. The state's star witness was Crystal Lowery, who had pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping in exchange for a 30-year sentence and her agreement to testify against Aaron. When Crystal took the stand, she was emotional at times, tearful as she described the plot to kidnap Beverly and the decision to kill her rather than let her go. Crystal testified that she and Aaron had specifically talked about targeting someone who worked alone. She described how Aaron had researched real estate agents, how they'd planned to demand $100,000 for Beverly's return, how the plan had fallen apart almost immediately. The defense tried to undermine Crystal's testimony, suggesting she might recant her plea deal, but Crystal didn't waver. She acknowledged that she could have called the police while she was alone with Beverly, that she could have let Beverly go when Aaron drove back to retrieve the purse. When asked why she didn't, Crystal gave an answer that was both honest and chilling. "I was worried about getting caught." The prosecution also called Beverly's husband to testify. Carl Sr. was forced to sit on the witness stand and address the defense's claims that his marriage had been troubled, that Beverly might have been unfaithful, with dignity and obvious pain. Carl acknowledged that their marriage had faced challenges early on, that he'd made serious mistakes, but he firmly rejected any suggestion that Beverly had been unhappy or unfaithful. By 2014, he testified, their relationship was strong and loving. Beverly's son also testified, describing his mother's personality, her devotion to her family, her excitement about being a grandmother. The courtroom was packed with realtors from around the area who had come to support the Carter family and to witness justice for one of their own. When Aaron Lewis took the stand in his own defense, he stuck to his story about Beverly's death being accidental. He described in graphic detail how he claimed Beverly had died during a sexual encounter with Crystal. He described burying Beverly's body at the concrete plant, but he insisted he hadn't killed her, attempting instead to pin her death entirely on Crystal. Under cross-examination by Chief Deputy Prosecutor John Johnson, Lewis struggled to explain inconsistencies in his narrative. He couldn't remember the name of the software he claimed to have used to fake Beverly's voice. He couldn't explain physical evidence that contradicted his version of events. He couldn't reconcile his story with Crystal's testimony or with the forensic evidence. In closing arguments, Deputy Prosecutor Barbara Mariani walked the jury through the case. She detailed how Lewis and Crystal had targeted Beverly, how they'd lured her to an isolated property, how the kidnapping plot had turned into murder. She played the audio recording of Beverly's voice, begging her husband to cooperate, a recording that Beverly's son had identified as his mother. She pointed out that sometimes one piece of evidence is all you need to convict. The defense, in their closing argument, continued to push the reasonable doubt angle, suggesting that Beverly's death could have been an accident, as Lewis claimed. But the jury didn't need long to decide. After deliberating for approximately 1 hour, the jury returned with a unanimous verdict: guilty of capital murder and guilty of kidnapping. Aaron Lewis was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He was sent to Varner's Supermax prison in Arkansas, where he remains today. For Beverly's family, the verdict brought a measure of justice, but no real peace. Carl Sr. had lost his wife of 35 years. Beverly's sons had lost their mother. Her grandchildren would grow up without her. At the sentencing hearing, Beverly's son addressed the court. He spoke about how his family had been brutalized twice. First by Beverly's murder, and then by the accusations made during the trial. The suggestion that Beverly had been unfaithful, that she'd arranged the meeting for sexual purposes, had compounded their grief with an additional layer of pain. "We had so many good years left with her," he said. his voice breaking. This world is a darker place without her. Beverly's family struggled with another painful reality. Crystal Lowry, who had admitted to holding the flashlight while Aaron dug Beverly's grave, who had said, "I wanted her gone," received only 30 years in prison. She would be eligible for parole in 2035, when she'd be 62 years old. Meanwhile, Beverly would never see 62. She'd never see her grandchildren graduate from school or get married. She'd never celebrate another anniversary with Carl. In 2020, Crystal Lowry applied for clemency, asking that her 30-year sentence be cut in half. In a letter to the governor, she claimed to have found God, to have participated in rehabilitation programs, to be ready to pay her debt to society. She wrote, "I have a debt to pay to society, and it would be more productive to pay this debt volunteering and monitoring on the outside than staring at four walls on the inside eating up taxpayer dollars." The request was not granted. As of late 2024, Crystal Lowry remains imprisoned, with her earliest possible parole date still set for November 2035. But perhaps the most meaningful part of Beverly's legacy emerged not from the criminal justice system, but from her family's determination to create something positive from tragedy. Beverly's son Carl Jr. founded the Beverly Carter Foundation, dedicated to improving safety for real estate agents and other professionals who work alone. The foundation partnered with the Arkansas Realtors Association to develop training programs teaching agents life-saving safety practices. They recommend using the buddy system, meeting clients at an office before showing properties, making copies of potential clients' driver's licenses, and taking other precautions that might have saved Beverly's life. 10 years after Beverly's death, the real estate industry has changed. What happened to Beverly Carter sparked a national conversation about professional safety. Real estate agents across the country now think differently about meeting strangers alone at isolated properties. Beverly's story, tragic as it is, has likely saved lives. Carl Jr. has spent the years since his mother's death being her fiercest advocate, working to ensure that her legacy is positive change rather than just a cautionary tale. When he talks about his mother, his voice fills with warmth. He remembers her big personality, her sweetness, her humility. He remembers how she was the cornerstone of their family. And he carries with him one comfort that sustains him through the grief. "I know without a shadow of a doubt that my mom knew she was fiercely loved by her entire family." The murder of Beverly Carter is a story that haunts on multiple levels. It's a reminder of how vulnerable we all are when we're simply trying to do our jobs, how the routines we take for granted can become dangerous under the wrong circumstances. Beverly Carter did what she'd done hundreds of times before. She met a client to show a property. She followed many standard safety protocols of the time. She told her husband where she'd be. She wrote down the appointment details. But it wasn't enough. The randomness of it adds to the horror. Beverly wasn't killed because of anything she'd done, any secret she was keeping, any debt she owed. She was killed because two people decided they wanted money and identified her as an easy target. She was chosen because she was a woman who worked alone and appeared successful. That was her crime in the eyes of her killers. Being good at her job. The cruelty of Lewis's defense. His false claims about Beverly's death being a sexual accident. His attempts to paint her as an unfaithful wife adds another layer of tragedy. Even in death, Beverly had to be defended against lies meant to excuse her murder. But perhaps what's most haunting is how close Beverly came to surviving. If the abandoned building at the concrete plant had been available as Lewis and Lowry planned, would they have held Beverly there and made their ransom demand? Would Carl Sr. have paid it? Would Beverly have been released, traumatized but alive? Or would the couple have killed her anyway, afraid of being identified? If Crystal Lowry had called the police while Lewis was gone to retrieve Beverly's purse, Beverly might have lived, but Crystal chose not to. When asked why, her answer was chillingly self-centered. "I was worried about getting caught." In those moments when Crystal was alone with Beverly in that bathroom in Jacksonville, Beverly Carter's fate hung in the balance. One phone call could have changed everything, but the call was never made. Today, if you drive past the house at 142002 Old River Drive in Scott, Arkansas, you'd see just another rural property, perhaps occupied now by a family that's never heard of Beverly Carter. The concrete plant in Cabot continues its operations. The area behind the building where Beverly was buried, now just another patch of industrial property. But at the Crowd Lake office where Beverly worked, her memory is honored. Real estate agents across Arkansas and beyond know her name and her story. The safety protocols that many agencies now require exist, in part because of what happened to Beverly. Carl Sr. still lives with the reality that he dropped his guard on September 25th, that he didn't insist on accompanying Beverly to that final showing, that he didn't call sooner when she was late coming home. These are the kinds of thoughts that haunt survivors. The what-ifs, the if-onlys, the small decisions that in hindsight seem so crucial. Beverly's sons carry on without their mother, raising their own children, telling them stories about the grandmother they'll never know or barely remember. They describe a woman who was warm and fierce and funny, who built a successful career, who loved her family fiercely, who deserved to grow old. The last person to see Beverly Carter alive, besides her killers, was likely someone at her office on that Thursday afternoon in September. They saw her gathering her things, preparing for that final appointment of the day. They might have said goodbye, might have wished her a good evening, might have made plans to see her the next morning. They had no way of knowing they'd never see Beverly Carter again. In the end, Beverly Carter's story is about more than just her tragic death. It's about a life well lived, a family that loved her, a career she excelled at, and a legacy she left behind even though she never chose to become a symbol. It's about how professionals who work alone, real estate agents, delivery drivers, home health aides, and so many others, navigate a world where danger can wear a friendly face and arrive under the guise of a routine appointment. And it's about how we remember those who are taken from us too soon, transforming grief into change, pain into purpose, and tragedy into a drive to ensure that others might be protected from the same fate. Beverly Carter's grandson will never remember meeting her, but he'll grow up knowing that his grandmother was someone special, someone who mattered, someone whose life and death changed things for the better. Her name is spoken at safety trainings across the country. Her story has made countless real estate agents think twice before meeting strangers alone at isolated properties. That's not the legacy Beverly would have chosen, but it's a legacy nonetheless. In the darkness of her tragic end, her family has worked to create light, to ensure that Beverly Carter's name means not just a cautionary tale, but a call to action, a reminder to look out for one another and a testament to the importance of professional safety. The house in Scott is just a house now. The concrete plant is just a workplace. But Beverly Carter's memory lives on, in her family and the foundation that bears her name, in the safety protocols that might save the next real estate agent who meets a stranger to show a property. And somewhere in the quiet moments of evening, when fall arrives and the leaves begin to turn, perhaps Carl Sr. still thinks about that phone call on September 25th. His wife's voice telling him she had one more appointment, one more house to show, promising she'd be home soon. She never made it home, but she'll never be forgotten. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight we'll explore a story that changed a nation's understanding of domestic violence. This is the story of Hannah Clark, a young mother whose strength and courage revealed the invisible chains of control that can bind someone long before physical violence ever appears. On a warm September day in 1988, Hannah Ashley Clark was born to Lloyd and Sue Clark in Brisbane, Australia. From her earliest days, Hannah was a force of nature. She was the kind of child who lit up every room she entered. Energetic and confident, always seeking an audience for her latest story or achievement. Hannah excelled at everything she tried. In high school, she became school captain, representing her peers with natural leadership. But her true passion was athletics. At just 16 years old, she represented Queensland in trampolining, her body soaring through the air with the grace and precision that would define her approach to life. She was a champion, earning gold medals and the respect of everyone who watched her compete. After high school, Hannah channeled her love of fitness into teaching. She began coaching trampolining classes at the Carindale Police Citizens Youth Club, sharing her passion with younger children. Soon she was teaching kindy gym classes and working in vacation care. Hannah had found her calling in helping others discover the joy of movement and physical achievement. She had a younger brother, Nathaniel, whom everyone called Nat. Hannah loved him fiercely, caring for him almost like a second mother. The Clark family was close-knit, grounded, and supportive. They gathered for weekly barbecues at Lloyd and Sue's home, sharing meals and laughter. It was the kind of family that many dream of having. Hannah's life seemed perfect, full of promise and potential. She was 20 years old, surrounded by family and friends doing work she loved. She had no way of knowing that her entire world was about to change. In 2008, Hannah met Rowan Charles Baxter. He was 31 years old, 11 years her senior, and unlike anyone she had encountered before. Rowan was from Tauranga, New Zealand, a former rugby league player who had trialed with the New Zealand Warriors. Though he never played a first-grade game, he carried himself with the swagger of an athlete. His stocky, muscled build, a testament to years of training. Rowan came to the gym, where Hannah taught classes. His son was enrolled in one of her programs. Soon Rowan himself began working at the facility as a boxing instructor. He was confident, assertive, and seemed to have his life together. But there were complications from the start. When Hannah introduced Rowan to her parents, he was still living with his former partner. He explained that the arrangement was purely for the sake of his child, that they were separated. Lloyd and Sue Clark had immediate reservation. The moment Sue laid eyes on Rowan, something felt off. She couldn't quite articulate it, but a mother's intuition rarely lies. What Hannah's family didn't know, what no one knew at the time, was that Rowan had once confessed to a friend about driving to his ex-partner's home with a rope, tape, and a knife in his car. He had planned to kill her, their child, and himself. This dark confession would remain hidden, a terrible secret that foreshadowed the tragedy to come. Despite her parents' concerns, Hannah fell for Rowan. He could be charming when he wanted to be, and for the first few years he seemed wonderful. He won the Clarks over with his behavior, and Sue would later describe him as lovely during those early years. In 2011, Rowan proposed, and Hannah said yes. The following year, in 2012, they married in Kingscliff, New South Wales. Hannah was 14 weeks pregnant with their first child. The wedding photos showed a beaming couple, Hannah radiant in her dress, her whole life ahead of her. No one could have predicted what those marriage vows would eventually mean. In April 2013, Hannah gave birth to their first daughter, Aaliyah. She was a beautiful baby who would grow into a bright, articulate child, always ahead in her reading and beloved by her teachers. Just over a year later, in 2014, their second daughter, Liana, arrived. She was the spunky one, the little dynamo who could make anyone laugh. In 2016, their family was complete with the birth of their son, Trey, who was sweet and sporty, every inch a mama's boy. Hannah adored her children. Each one had their own personality, their own light. Aaliyah, at 6 years old, was already copying her mother's CrossFit routines, trying to be just like Hannah. Liana, 4 years old, was the wild child, always getting into mischief with a grin on her face. And Trey, only 3, could already kick and pass a football, showing early signs of athletic promise. But beneath the surface of this seemingly perfect family, cracks were forming. Hannah and Rowan decided to open a fitness business together, Integra 8 and CrossFit SMC in Mansfield, a suburb of Brisbane. Sue and Lloyd invested their own money to help the young couple get started, wanting to support their daughter's dreams. The gym became moderately successful, attracting families and even some Brisbane Broncos rugby players like Sam Taidai and Matt Gillett. But Rowan struggled with the business side of operations. He was terrible at managing finances, regularly falling behind on rent and bills. Sue and Lloyd often had to step in to cover the shortfalls. More troubling was Rowan's behavior with gym members. He would berate clients, calling them fat and lazy, telling them they weren't working hard enough. His blunt, aggressive approach drove people away. And then there was how he treated Sue. Once while spotting her during an exercise, Rowan simply dropped her. Sue's face split open from the fall. Instead of showing concern or apologizing, Rowan laughed. He told her to harden up, that this kind of thing happened all the time in football. The other gym members watched in shock and horror. Sue began to notice more. Rowan made it clear she wasn't needed at the gym. He treated her terribly. dismissing her contributions even though her money had helped build the business. Sue came to believe that perhaps Rowan felt owned by the Clarks because of their financial help, and this wounded his pride in ways that manifested as cruelty. The weekly family barbecues stopped. Rowan didn't want Hannah spending too much time with her family. If they saw the Clarks at the beach, Rowan would insist they move to a different location. He was slowly, methodically isolating Hannah from her support system. Shortly after their marriage, the control began in earnest. Rowan started dictating what Hannah could wear. Shorts were forbidden. Short skirts were forbidden. She was not allowed to wear the color pink. When she went to the gym to teach classes, he insisted she wear tights instead of normal workout clothes, claiming that shorts were too promiscuous and might attract other men. Hannah wasn't allowed to have her own Facebook page. Instead, Rowan created a joint account that he monitored constantly. He tracked her social media activity, read her messages, and controlled her online presence. He even hacked her phone to record her conversations, staying one step ahead of her at all times. Rowan criticized Hannah constantly, despite the fact that she was teaching numerous classes at the gym, caring for 3 young children, and completing a marketing course. He would ask her what she did all day. He called the house a pigsty. Nothing she did was ever good enough. The sexual demands became a form of punishment. Rowan required sex every night, treating it as Hannah's duty rather than an expression of love. If she refused or was too tired, he would go days without speaking to her, giving her the silent treatment. He would also punish the children, refusing to let Hannah take them to the gym, which was not only her workplace but also her passion and social outlet. And Hannah confided in a friend that Rowan once told her if she didn't have sex with him, he would threaten their children. The emotional and sexual abuse was constant, a daily reality that Hannah struggled to name or understand. During one argument in 2019, after Hannah refused to have sex with him, Rowan disappeared. He took a hose with him. Hannah was terrified he was going to kill himself. She and her parents drove around for hours searching for him. When he finally returned, he told Hannah that he had driven to the City Point Church parking lot and tried to end his own life. This confession echoed his earlier threat about his ex-partner, the one Hannah knew about. He had told her early in their relationship that he had once driven to his ex's home, planning to kill her, their child, and himself. This memory haunted Hannah. It was a threat that hung over her head constantly, a reminder of what Rowan was capable of when he felt he was losing control. When Hannah was pregnant with Liliana, she told her mother that Rowan had slammed a gate on her, causing a bruise. Physical violence was creeping into the relationship, though it remained relatively rare. The true violence was psychological, a constant erosion of Hannah's sense of self. After Trey was born, the workload became even more unbalanced. Rowan worked only 3 days a week at the gym, claiming he needed to rest on the other days. Meanwhile, Hannah was teaching multiple classes, caring for 3 small children, maintaining the house, and studying. The inequality was stark, but Rowan saw nothing wrong with it. By late 2019, Hannah had finally begun to understand what was happening to her. Through conversations with friends, including one who worked in domestic violence services, Hannah started to recognize the pattern of abuse. Her friend Manja Whaley would later recall that Hannah initially didn't believe she was in an abusive relationship because Rowan had never hit her. In Hannah's mind, domestic violence meant physical assault. But as Manja helped her unpack the reality of her situation, Hannah realized she had experienced emotional abuse, sexual abuse, financial abuse, and coercive control. Everything in her life was dictated by Rowan's moods and demands. She lived in a constant state of walking on eggshells, never knowing what might trigger his anger or withdrawal. In November 2019, Hannah qualified for a major CrossFit competition as part of a team. She was excited, proud of her achievement. Rowan, however, failed to qualify for the solo competition. His jealousy had always been present, but now it intensified. He couldn't stand that Hannah was succeeding where he had failed. She had gold medals in trampolining, more qualifications as a trainer, and was simply better at the sport they both loved. His ego couldn't handle being outshined by his wife. The decision crystallized in Hannah's mind. She couldn't live like this anymore. Her children were watching, learning that this was what love looked like. She needed to leave, not just for herself, but for Aaliyah, Lizanaya, and Trey. Just before Christmas 2019, Hannah took the children and moved in with her parents. She and Rowan announced they were closing the gym. Hannah was finally taking steps to free herself. If Hannah thought leaving would make things better, she was tragically wrong. When a controlling partner loses control, they often become more dangerous, not less. Rowan's behavior escalated almost immediately. On Boxing Day, December 26, 2019, Hannah arranged for the children to meet Rowan to test out the new skateboards they had received for Christmas. It was meant to be a simple, supervised visit. But as Hannah was crossing the road, Rowan grabbed 4-year-old Liana and ran. He jumped into his car with her and drove away. Hannah was frantic. Rowan refused to return Liana. Days passed. 4 days, to be exact, before he finally brought her back. The kidnapping was a clear message. Rowan still had power over Hannah through the children. As a result of this incident, Hannah obtained a domestic violence order against Rowan. The DVO was meant to protect her and the children from further harm. For a brief time, Rowan was not allowed within 100 meters of Hannah or the children's residence. But Rowan was a master manipulator. As the coroner would later describe him, he began making appointments with counselors and doctors. Not because he genuinely wanted help, but because he wanted to contest the DVO and present himself as reasonable in any potential family court proceedings. He saw character references from old friends he hadn't spoken to in years. He was building a case, crafting a narrative that portrayed him as the victim. In January 2020, Rowan successfully applied to have the DVO varied. The Holland Park Magistrates Court granted him full access to his children again. Hannah was devastated, but tried to make the best of it. They went to mediation to work out custody arrangements. The mediator proposed that Rowan would have the children for a 65 days per year, essentially 6 out of every 14 nights. It was a generous arrangement, but Rowan refused to sign the consent order that would make it legally binding. He wanted more. He insisted on equal shared custody, despite having never been the primary caregiver. His lawyer advised him to accept the offer. Rowan refused. Instead, he eventually signed a parenting plan, which gave him the same amount of access, but wasn't legally enforceable. This meant he could violate it without legal consequence, maintaining maximum flexibility and control. In late January 2020, during a custody changeover, Hannah made a horrifying discovery. In Rowan's car, she found A4-sized photos of herself in her underwear. The images were part of his ongoing campaign of control and intimidation. When Hannah found them and destroyed them, Rowan exploded. He grabbed her, twisting her arms behind her back. This was a clear breach of the DVO. As a result, Rowan's access to the children was revoked. He could no longer see Liana, and Trey. For a man whose entire identity was wrapped up in control, this was unbearable. Hannah had finally truly escaped his grasp. The children were safe with her at her parents' home. The legal system had sided with her. Rowan had lost. Around this time, Hannah confided in a friend at her new CrossFit gym. She had started working out at CrossFit Brisbane, trying to rebuild her life and reclaim her identity as an athlete. She told her friend, "I am scared that Rowan will hurt the kids to hurt me." Hannah understood, perhaps better than anyone, what Rowan was capable of when cornered. She had lived with his threats for years. She knew about his past statements about murder-suicide. But even Hannah, who knew him better than anyone, couldn't fully imagine what he would ultimately do. In one chilling incident about 3 weeks before the murders, Rowan applied for a job at CrossFit Brisbane, the very gym where Hannah had just started training. He had only learned she was working out there through his monitoring of her social media. He went for an interview with the gym owner, Gareth Davies, just 24 hours after Hannah's first trial session. Davies found Rowan qualified given his fitness background. But at the end of the interview, Rowan made an odd request. He asked Davies to take a photo with him in front of the gym. Davies found it strange, but agreed. Rowan immediately posted the photo to social media, claiming he was starting work at CrossFit Brisbane. It was a lie. He hadn't been offered the position, but the post served its purpose. It let Hannah know he had found her again. He could get to her anywhere. There was no escape. When Davies later learned about the domestic violence situation, he immediately declined to hire Rowan. But the damage was done. Hannah was devastated to learn that Rowan had infiltrated her new safe space. In another incident, police pulled over the family vehicle for expired registration. Rowan was driving. Hannah was in the passenger seat. When officers informed them the registration was 82 days overdue, Rowan immediately turned on Hannah. "Don't talk to me about it, 'cause it's your car." Hannah apologized profusely to the officers while Rowan continued to berate and blame her. The entire interaction was captured on police body camera, a stark illustration of their dynamic even in front of authorities. By early February, Hannah had told her colleagues something that would prove prophetic. She feared Rowan was going to kill her, but she didn't believe he would ever hurt the children. She was half right. Wednesday, February 19, 2020. Began like any other morning. Hannah was staying at her parents' home in Camp Hill, a quiet, affluent suburb of Brisbane. She got the children ready for school. Aaliyah, Liliana, and Trey chattering and excited as children are on an ordinary morning. None of them knew it would be their last day on Earth. Hannah loaded the children into her car. Aaliyah was 6 years old, able to buckle herself in. Liana was 4, still needing help with her seatbelt. Trey was only 3, securely fastened in his car seat. They were heading to school, a route Hannah had driven countless times before. But Rowan had been watching. He had been planning. Evidence would later suggest he had 2 plans. Plan A involved kidnapping Hannah, driving her to a secluded location, stabbing her, and burning her body while taking the children. Plan B, if Plan A failed, was far worse. As Hannah drove down the quiet suburban street, Rowan appeared. He had stopped at a nearby petrol station that morning and purchased a jerry can of fuel. Now he ambushed the car. He jumped into the vehicle, forcing his way inside. Hannah must have realized immediately what was happening. She tried to pull into a neighbor's driveway, perhaps hoping to escape, perhaps hoping someone would see and help. But there was no time. In those final moments, Rowan poured the petrol over Hannah and the children. The fumes would have been overwhelming, the children likely crying and frightened. Then he lit it. The car exploded into flames. Neighbors heard screaming. They rushed outside to see a scene from a nightmare. A car engulfed in fire with children inside. A woman on fire trying to escape. Hannah, her body burning, managed to get out of the car. Bystanders rushed to help her, patting out the flames. She was screaming. "He poured petrol on me. Save my children." But the children were still in the car, restrained by their seatbelts. Rowan stood near the vehicle, physically preventing bystanders from putting out the fire. He wanted to ensure his work was complete. Then, in what the coroner would later call his final act of cowardice, he stabbed himself to death on the footpath. Aaliyah, Liana, and Trey died in the car, consumed by flames. They were 6, 4, and 3 years old. They had never had a chance. Hannah was rushed to the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital. She had burns covering 97% of her body. The medical staff did everything they could, but the injuries were catastrophic. Hannah was dying, in what were to be her final moments. Hannah called her father when Lloyd answered his phone. There was silence on the other end. He thought it was a pocket dial, perhaps one of the kids playing with Hannah's phone. He didn't realize his daughter was trying to reach out to him one last time, but couldn't speak. Hannah had survived Rowan's cowardly attack, but she would succumb to her injuries later that day. Her last act of resistance had been to try to reach her father, to hear his voice one more time. A coercive control had taken even that from her. As Lloyd would later write, it was a metaphor for what happens to victims of coercive control. Their voices are taken away, along with their identity. That evening, Hannah Clark died, joining her 3 children. By the time the sun set on February 19th, 2020, 4 innocent lives had been extinguished, and the community was left reeling in shock and grief. The news spread quickly, and Australia was horrified. On February 23, just 4 days after the tragedy, over 1,000 people gathered at Bill Hewitt Reserve in Camp Hill for a public vigil. They came to mourn Hannah, Aaliyah, Liana, and Trey, to light candles, to demand change. Prime Minister Scott Morrison and Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk attended the family's joint funeral on March 9, 2020. Hannah and her 3 children were buried together in a single white coffin, their bodies too damaged to be separated. It was an image that seared itself into the national consciousness. Lloyd and Sue Clark were left to navigate unimaginable grief. They had lost their daughter and their 3 grandchildren in a single act of violence. But even in their darkest moments, they refused to let Hannah's death be meaningless. In March 2020, the Clark family established Small Steps for Hannah, a foundation dedicated to putting a halt to the incidences and severity of domestic and family violence in Australia. The name came from Hannah's approach to life, taking small steps, making progress one day at a time. The foundation works to empower victims to speak up, guide family members to recognize unsafe environments, and create safe spaces for those who need them most. A section of Bill Hewitt Reserve was memorialized as Hannah's Place, with a sign, shelter, and newly planted trees. On September 8, 2020, what would have been Hannah's 32nd birthday, the memorial was officially opened. It stands as a reminder of the lives lost and the work that still needs to be done. In 2022, Lloyd and Sue Clark won the Queensland Australians of the Year award for their tireless advocacy work through Small Steps for Hannah. From March 21 to March 31, 2022, a coronial inquest was held at the Brisbane Magistrates Court to investigate the deaths of Hannah, Aaliyah, Liliana, Trey, and Rowan. There were 35 witness testimonies, including statements from bystanders who tried to help Hannah, first responders, police officers, and experts in domestic violence. Deputy State Coroner Jane Bentley delivered her findings in June 2022. They were damning. She found that every agency that engaged with Hannah in the lead-up to the tragedy had failed to recognize the extreme risk she was facing. This was in part because Rowan had never been physically violent in any way that left visible evidence. And he had no criminal history. The behavior he displayed was better described as coercive control. Coercive control, as defined by sociologist Professor Evan Stark, is a pattern of domination that includes tactics to isolate, degrade, exploit, and control a person through intimidation or fear. It's often more dangerous than physical violence, yet much harder for systems to recognize and address. The inquest revealed example after example of Rowan's controlling behavior, dictating Hannah's clothing, monitoring all her social media, isolating her from friends and family, demanding sex as a chore, criticizing her constantly, manipulating doctors and counselors to support his custody case, and using the children as weapons against her. Susan Beattie, the manager of the Domestic and Family Violence Death Review Unit, testified that Rowan had used coercive control from early in the relationship. She noted that Hannah had repeatedly told services about Rowan's threat regarding his ex-partner and child, and how this knowledge made her feel controlled and fearful of what he was capable of. Coroner Bentley's conclusions were stark. Rowan Baxter was not mentally ill. He was a master of manipulation. I find it unlikely that any further actions taken by police officers, service providers, friends, or family members could have stopped Baxter from ultimately executing his murderous plans. Baxter made numerous appointments for counseling and with doctors. All of these actions were designed to assist him to contest the DVO and get what he wanted from the family court process. He did not have any real wish to obtain counseling or address his problems. He manipulated doctors and psychologists. When Baxter concluded that he had totally lost control over Hannah, he killed her and her 3 children. Perhaps most chilling was the coroner's observation about Rowan's friends and associates. Even after he had murdered Hannah and the children, many of these people gave statements to police defending him. They said he loved his wife and children, that he was a great father, that his actions were somehow excused because he was losing everything, that he was victimized by the process, that Hannah shouldn't have kept his children from him. This attitude, the coroner noted, is reflective of the attitudes that continue to pervade our society. It's the mentality that blames victims, that makes excuses for perpetrators, that fails to understand the deadly nature of coercive control. The coroner found that while the family violence services provided to Hannah were adequate and appropriate in isolation, there was a systemic failure to recognize the risk of intimate partner homicide that results from separation in a coercive controlling relationship. Hannah's death, and the deaths of her 3 children, served as evidence for what family violence experts had known for years. It's the amount of control a perpetrator has over a victim, rather than acts of physical violence, that is the most reliable indicator of homicide risk. Hannah Clark's story sparked a national conversation about coercive control. In the wake of her death, Queensland, New South Wales, and Tasmania moved to enact laws making coercive control a standalone criminal offense. The Clark family continues to advocate for the rest of Australia to follow suit. The case also highlighted the failures of the family law system, the provisions that encouraged parents to continue their parental relationship, Even in circumstances where there's a history of family violence came under intense scrutiny, reforms have been proposed to better protect victims and their children during custody disputes. One of Hannah's close friends, Dave Kramer, who had worked out with Hannah and Rowan at their gym, was devastated by the tragedy. For 2 years after the murders, he couldn't work and knew he could never return to the fitness industry. But Dave transformed his grief into action. He became a behavioral scientist, keynote speaker, and ambassador for the Small Steps for Hannah Foundation. He pioneered the HALT program, a research-based approach to respectful relationships education, and works to teach people how to recognize abuse and have the confidence to speak out. In Australia, one woman is killed every 9 days by a current or former partner. Violence against women remains a national crisis. But Hannah's story has helped shift the conversation. People now understand that domestic violence isn't just about physical assault. It's about power and control. It's about the slow erosion of a person's autonomy, identity, and freedom. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember Hannah Clark, not as a victim, but as a champion who fought until her last breath to protect her children and herself. Remember Aaliyah, who loved to read and tell stories. Remember Leonia, the little dynamo who made everyone laugh. Remember Trey, the sweet mama's boy who was learning to kick a football. Their lives mattered. Their deaths were not inevitable, and their story continues to save lives today. As more people learn to recognize the signs of coercive control and the dangers that lurk behind closed doors. If you or someone you know is experiencing domestic violence, please reach out to call 1-800-RESPECT in Australia or your local domestic violence hotline. There is help available. There is hope. Hannah tried to leave. She did everything right. She sought help, obtained protective orders, and moved in with her parents. But the system failed her. We cannot let that continue. We must do better. As Lloyd Clark wrote about his daughter's final phone call, coercive control is about taking away the person's voice and ultimately their identity. That's how control is truly exerted. Like water torture, it's a steady drip, drip, drip of tricks and manipulation that leaves the victim entirely at the mercy of their tormentor. And as we discovered, the psychological torment frequently ends in physical harm. Please, if you're still awake, drop a candle. I want to see who's still with me. Also, don't forget to tell me where you're listening from, the time in your corner of the world, and maybe share one thing you've learned from tonight's stories. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight we're going to explore a case that asks difficult questions about the human mind, about love, about family, and about the thin line between sanity and madness. This is the story of Michael Brian Miller, a case that unfolded in the quiet suburbs of Glendale, Arizona, in the spring of 2009. It was April 1998 when two young people met during a closing shift at Wendy's. Michael Miller and Adriana were both tired from their work, both ready to go home, but something sparked between them. Michael, nervous but determined, asked Adriana out. She said yes. They were young, full of hopes and dreams like any couple starting out. Over the next year, their relationship blossomed. By August 1999, they were married. Adriana was the kind of woman people remembered. Warm, devoted, the type who would do anything for her family. Friends described her as selfless, always putting others first. Michael, too, seemed like a devoted partner. He worked hard to provide for his family. By 2009, they had two beautiful children. Valerie, who was 10 years old, bright and full of life, and Brian, just 4 years old, still in those precious early years of childhood. To the outside world, the Millers seemed like any other suburban family. They had their struggles, sure, but who doesn't? Neighbors would see them coming and going, the children playing in the yard, the ordinary rhythms of family life playing out day after day. But beneath that ordinary surface, something was brewing, something dark that no one could have predicted. Though perhaps there were signs, small cracks in the foundation that would eventually shatter everything. Michael Miller had been battling demons most of his life. Not the metaphorical kind, though, those existed too, but the very real demons of mental illness. He had been diagnosed with both bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, conditions that could turn his mind into a battlefield. Bipolar disorder brought him soaring highs and crushing lows, mood swings that could change the entire atmosphere of the home. The schizophrenia was perhaps even more challenging, bringing delusions, hearing voices, seeing things that weren't there. With proper medication and treatment, many people with these conditions live full, productive lives. But managing mental illness is a daily struggle, and sometimes the medication doesn't work quite right. Sometimes sleep deprivation can trigger episodes. Sometimes the brain just rebels. Michael's brother Mitchell would later describe the family's constant worry. Was Michael taking his medication? Was he sleeping enough? Every time they thought things were getting better, there would be another setback. It was exhausting for everyone. For Michael most of all, but also for Adriana, who loved her husband and stood by him through the difficult times. Neighbors had noticed things. There were arguments, loud ones, that drifted through the walls of their Glendale home, raised voices in the night. But domestic arguments aren't unusual. Every family has their tensions. No one could have known what those arguments really meant. What pressure was building inside that house? Michael worked as a pizza delivery driver for Papa John's. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was honest. He'd finish his shifts around 9:30 in the evening and come home tired. But tired wasn't enough. Sleep, that basic human need, was eluding him, and for someone with his particular brain chemistry, lack of sleep was dangerous. May 29th, 2009, was a Friday night. Michael came home from work around 9:30 p.m. His shift at Papa John's finished for the day. He was exhausted, but exhaustion and sleep are not the same thing. His mind wouldn't settle. The medication he was supposed to take. Maybe he'd taken it, maybe he hadn't. Later there would be questions about compliance, about whether he'd been following his treatment plan. According to what Michael would later tell police, he and Adriana had an argument that night. It was about sleep, of all things. She was concerned that he wasn't sleeping enough, that he was pushing himself too hard, that his mental state was deteriorating. She was right to worry. That night, before bed, Michael did something that would later seem impossibly poignant. He went to 4-year-old Brian's room and tucked him in. They said a prayer together, a simple child's prayer, asking God to keep them safe through the night. Brian, trusting and innocent, closed his eyes, believing that prayer would protect them all. But Michael couldn't sleep. As the night wore on, something in his mind began to fracture. Later, investigators would find 63 pages of printed documents about mental illnesses in Michael's room. Had he been researching his own condition? Was he trying to understand what was happening to him, or was this something else? Evidence that he knew what was coming. The hours crawled by. Adriana and the children slept. Michael did not. It was just before 4 a.m. on May 30th when whatever had been holding Michael together finally snapped. What happened in those early morning hours is difficult to recount, even in this gentle telling. The details that emerged later, from Michael's own confession and from the crime scene, paint a picture of violence so sudden and so complete that it's almost incomprehensible. Michael would later tell police that he believed his wife was a demon, that both God and Lucifer were speaking to him, commanding him, that he was consumed by Satan. He said things that made no sense, that he was sending his family to heaven, that he was doing God's work, that he was the Antichrist. His mind, it seemed, had completely detached from reality. He went to the kitchen and took a knife. Adriana, who had spent 11 years loving this man, who had stood by him through his illness, who had worried about him just hours before, she never had a chance. Michael attacked her in their home. Valerie, their 10-year-old daughter, was also killed. Both were found later on the dining room floor, motionless. Then he went to Brian's room, 4-year-old Brian, who had just prayed with his father for protection. Michael would later make a statement so chilling that investigators struggled to process it. He said he stabbed Brian the most because he loved him the most. The logic of a broken mind, trying to make sense of the senseless. But Brian, this small child who should not have survived, somehow held on. 11 stab wounds. 11 times the knife pierced his small body, and still his heart kept beating. At approximately 4 a.m., Michael Miller walked out of his house. He was covered in blood, and he called 911. His voice on that call was eerily calm. "I just killed my family with a knife," he told the dispatcher. "All of them. There was no panic in his voice, no hysteria, just a flat statement of fact as if he were reporting that he'd locked his keys in the car. The dispatcher kept him on the line, asking questions, trying to understand. Michael repeated his confession. He said he'd killed his wife, his daughter, and his son. He was honest about his crime, disturbingly so. When police arrived at the house on that quiet Glendale street just after 5 a.m., they found Michael outside, waiting for them. He was still covered in blood. He didn't resist arrest. Inside the house, they found what can only be described as a horror scene. Adriana Miller, 28 years old, was dead. Valerie Miller, 10 years old, was dead. Both had been stabbed multiple times. The violence had been concentrated, focused, brutal, and then they found Brian. The 4-year-old was still breathing. Barely, but breathing. Paramedics rushed him to St. Joseph's Hospital and Medical Center. Against all odds, against every statistic about childhood trauma and blood loss and the fragility of the human body, Brian was going to survive. In the hours and days that followed, detectives interviewed Michael Miller. These interrogations would later become central to understanding what happened, or at least to trying to understand. Michael's behavior during questioning was bizarre, inconsistent, contradictory. At times he seemed lucid, able to provide a clear timeline of events. He described the murders in disturbing detail, step by step, almost clinically. He knew what he'd done, he could remember it, but then he would veer off into religious delusions. He talked about Satan, about demons, about being possessed. He claimed his wife had appeared to him as a demon, that he'd had no choice but to kill her. He said he was sending his family to heaven, that he was doing God's will. Detectives noted something strange. Michael exhibited behaviors that seemed performative. He would smear feces on himself and the walls. He would make outrageous religious statements, but then moments later he'd be calm and coherent, discussing the details of that night with perfect clarity. This raised uncomfortable questions. Was Michael truly delusional, his mind genuinely fractured by schizophrenia? Or was he exaggerating his symptoms, playing up the mental illness to avoid full responsibility for what he'd done? The medical term for this is malingering, faking or exaggerating symptoms of mental illness. Investigators found other troubling details. The crime scene appeared to have been staged in certain ways. There was a painting of the Last Supper positioned near Adriana's body. Those 63 pages about mental illness, the way Michael had printed them out before the murders, it suggested planning, forethought, awareness. At one point during the interrogation, Michael admitted something crucial. He knew what he'd done was wrong. He understood right from wrong, even in his delusional state. This admission would prove critical later. The Miller case forced everyone involved to grapple with one of the most difficult questions in criminal justice. When mental illness is involved, how do we determine culpability? How do we balance compassion for someone who is genuinely sick with justice for the victims? Michael Miller's mental health history was well documented. He truly did have bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. His family confirmed that he'd struggled for years, that they'd seen him at his worst, that they desperately tried to get him help. His brother Mitchell testified emotionally at sentencing, sobbing as he told the court, "I know with all my heart that the man I know did not do this." He described the constant worry, the setbacks, the hope that Michael would get better, followed by the crushing realization that he wouldn't. But mental illness, however severe, doesn't automatically absolve someone of responsibility. The legal question wasn't whether Michael was sick. He clearly was. The question was whether he understood what he was doing at the time of the murders, whether he could distinguish right from wrong. The state initially sought the death penalty. This is common in cases involving multiple murders, especially when children are victims. But Adriana's family, despite their grief, asked the court not to pursue capital punishment. They didn't want Michael to die. Perhaps they understood that he was in his own way a victim of his own mind. In October 2009, Michael Brian Miller accepted a plea deal. He pleaded guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Adriana and Valerie, and 1 count of attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Brian. On December 10, 2009, he was sentenced. Judge Paul McMurdy of Maricopa County Superior Court handed down consecutive life sentences with no possibility of parole for the murders, plus an additional 10.5 years for the attempted murder of his son. Michael stood stoically as Adriana's sister, Araceli Santoyo, addressed the court. She spoke of her sister's love, of how Adriana had cared for Michael despite everything, of how she could never have imagined that one day she would need to protect herself from him. She would have done anything and everything for you, Santoyo told Michael. She could never have imagined in her worst nightmares that one day she would have to try to protect herself from you. More than 24 relatives filled the courtroom gallery that day. Some wept. Some sat in silence. The grief was palpable, thick as smoke. Michael didn't speak much during sentencing. What could he say? How do you apologize for the unforgivable? How do you explain the inexplicable? He was taken away to prison, where he remains to this day. Life without parole means exactly that. He will die behind bars. Decades from now, an old man who destroyed his family in a single night of madness. But this story doesn't end in that courtroom. There is one more chapter, perhaps the most important one. Brian Miller survived. Against astronomical odds, that 4-year-old boy lived through 11 stab wounds. The medical team at St. Joseph's Hospital worked miracles. He was placed in protective care, taken away from the horror of that house, given a chance to heal. What becomes of a child who survives such trauma? We don't know all the details of Brian's life after that night. Privacy laws and ethical concerns rightly protect survivors, especially children. But we know he lived. We know he was given the opportunity to grow up, to have a life that his mother and sister never got to continue. Brian would have no memory of his father as a loving parent. His earliest memories would be clouded by violence and loss. He lost his mother, his sister, and his father all in one night. He survived physically, but the psychological wounds, those take a lifetime to heal, if they ever do. Child psychologists tell us that resilience is remarkable in the young, that children can process and overcome trauma in ways that seem almost miraculous. We can hope that Brian found that resilience, that somewhere he's building a life, finding joy, making peace with the unimaginable. Even now, years later, the Michael Miller case raises questions that have no easy answers. Could this tragedy have been prevented? Michael's family had been worried about him for years. They knew he struggled with medication compliance, with sleep, with the daily management of his mental illness. But what more could they have done? You can't force an adult to take medication. You can't force someone to get help if they don't want it, or if they don't realize they need it. The mental health system in America is fractured, underfunded, overwhelmed. Families like the Millers often struggle to get adequate care for their loved ones. Hospitalization is difficult to access unless someone is in immediate danger to themselves or others. And by the time they're in immediate danger, it's often too late. Was Michael truly psychotic that night, completely disconnected from reality? Or was there an element of choice, of awareness, hidden beneath the delusions? The truth is probably somewhere in between. The human mind is complicated. Mental illness doesn't follow neat, simple rules. Someone can be genuinely delusional and still retain some awareness of their actions. The staged crime scene, the printed documents, Michael's coherent recollections during interrogation. All of this suggests that some part of him knew what he was doing. But that doesn't mean he had full control. That doesn't mean he wasn't genuinely experiencing delusions and hallucinations. Maybe both things are true at once. Maybe he was sick and responsible. Maybe the tragedy is that mental illness robbed him of the ability to be the husband and father he wanted to be, but not entirely of the knowledge that what he was doing was wrong. Glendale, Arizona, is a suburb like many others. Quiet streets, houses with small yards, families living ordinary lives. After May 30, 2009, one house on one of those streets stood empty for a while, a reminder of what happened there. Neighbors who had heard the arguments, who had seen the Miller family come and go, struggled to process what occurred. How do you make sense of such violence erupting in your neighborhood? How do you feel safe when something like that can happen just doors away? The case received media attention, as such cases do, but over time other tragedies replaced it in the news cycle. Other families fell apart. Other stories took center stage. For most of the world, the Miller case became just another true crime story. Shocking but distant. But for Adriana's family, for Valerie's classmates and teachers, for Brian wherever he is now, it remained forever present. Grief doesn't follow news cycles. Loss doesn't fade just because the cameras move on. In 2022, something strange happened. The Michael Miller case suddenly resurfaced online. His name began trending on social media. Thousands of posts, thousands of shares. At first, it seemed like renewed interest in the case, but it was something more insidious. Fake news bots using artificial intelligence had begun scraping old articles about the case and republishing them with changes, errors, fabrications. They mangled the details, got facts wrong, made it seem like the murders had just happened. The misinformation spread rapidly across the internet. Some articles claimed Miller's son had survived a fatal murder, a phrase that makes no logical sense. Others fabricated quotes or invented details. For Adriana's family, for anyone connected to the case, this must have been like having the wound reopened again and again. It's a reminder of something disturbing about our modern media landscape. Tragedy becomes content. Pain becomes clicks. And the people at the center of these stories, the real human beings who lived and died and grieved, they can become lost in the noise. The Miller case is an example of what criminologists call family annihilation. When a family member, almost always a father, kills most or all of the family unit. These cases are mercifully rare, but they happen often enough that patterns have emerged. Family annihilators often feel they've lost control of their lives. Financial problems, relationship issues, mental illness, something has made them feel powerless. And in a twisted logic, they decide that death is better than facing shame or failure. Sometimes they claim they're saving their family from suffering. Michael Miller expressed a version of this, saying he was sending his family to heaven. In his delusional state, perhaps he truly believed he was doing something good, protecting them from something only he could see. But here's what's crucial to understand. The vast majority of people with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder are not violent. They are far more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators. Mental illness alone does not create killers. What creates tragedies like this is a perfect storm. Untreated or inadequately treated mental illness, combined with other stressors, combined with access to weapons, combined with isolation, combined with a specific kind of delusional thinking that sees violence as a solution. For every Michael Miller, there are thousands of people with similar diagnoses who never harm anyone, who manage their conditions with medication and therapy, who live full and peaceful lives. This case should not stigmatize mental illness. Instead, it should highlight the absolute necessity of accessible, comprehensive mental health care. Michael Miller's case also illustrates the impossible dilemmas our justice system faces when mental illness and crime intersect. On one hand, we recognize that someone in the grip of severe psychosis may not have full moral culpability. Their actions, while terrible, flow from a diseased mind. Punishing them the same way we'd punish a calculated, cold-blooded killer seems unjust. On the other hand, the harm caused is the same. Adriana Miller is just as dead. Whether her husband was psychotic or not, Valerie will never grow up, never graduate, never have children of her own. Brian will carry those scars forever. Justice for victims must mean something. The insanity defense. The legal argument that someone was so mentally ill they couldn't be held responsible for their crime is actually used very rarely. And when it is used, it's successful even less often. Movies and TV shows have given people the impression that claiming insanity is an easy way to avoid prison. The reality is completely different. Even when someone is found not guilty by reason of insanity, they don't just walk free. They're typically committed to secure psychiatric facilities, sometimes for longer than they would have spent in prison. The goal is treatment, but the loss of freedom is the same. Michael Miller didn't pursue an insanity defense. He took the plea deal. Perhaps his lawyers advised him that it wouldn't work. His admission that he knew what he was doing was wrong would undercut the claim that he couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Perhaps he himself wanted to accept responsibility, as much as his fractured mind would allow. Life without parole is as severe as a sentence can be, without capital punishment. In accepting that sentence, Michael acknowledged what he did. He closed off any possibility of freedom, of redemption, of a second chance at life outside prison walls. There's a question that haunts cases like this. Was Michael Miller evil? It's a word we use carefully, or should use carefully. Evil implies a moral choice, a deliberate embrace of wrong over right. Can someone in the grip of psychosis be called evil, or are they simply sick? Religious traditions have long grappled with this question. Michael himself, during his delusional episode, spoke of Satan, of demons, of being possessed. In some faith traditions, these are literal realities, actual evil entities that can inhabit and control human beings. From a psychiatric perspective, these experiences are symptoms of illness. The demons Michael saw were products of his schizophrenia, not metaphysical beings. But to Michael, in that moment, they were absolutely real. His brain was interpreting reality through a completely broken filter. So was the evil in Michael, or in the illness that consumed him. Or is that distinction meaningless to the people who lost their loved ones? Perhaps the truth is that evil is too simple a concept for situations this complex. Michael Miller did evil things. The actions themselves were evil. Murder is evil, especially the murder of children. But was the person committing them evil to his core, or was he a sick man who, in the absence of adequate treatment and care, became dangerous in the worst possible way? We want simple answers. We want monsters to be monsters, clearly identifiable and separate from us. But reality is messier. The man who tucked his son into bed and prayed with him was the same man who, hours later, would stab that child 11 times. How do we hold both of those truths at once? The Miller case didn't happen in a vacuum. It occurred within larger systems of mental health care, of family dynamics, of social support, of economic pressure. Michael worked as a pizza delivery driver. This is not a job that typically comes with robust health insurance, access to psychiatric care, to the kind of intensive treatment someone with his diagnoses might need. Would have been difficult, expensive, probably impossible without help. Family members tried to support him. But they weren't mental health professionals. They did what they could, encouraging medication, worrying about sleep, trying to monitor his condition, but they were also trying to live their own lives, to work, to pay bills, to manage the 1,000 other demands of modern existence. There's no evidence that anyone failed Michael Miller, at least not individually, but systemically, absolutely. The mental health care system in the United States is chronically underfunded and difficult to navigate even for people with resources. For someone like Michael, working a lower wage job, probably without insurance or with minimal insurance, getting the level of care he needed would have been nearly impossible. And so the illness progressed, the delusions worsened. The ability to function deteriorated, until one night all the safeguards failed at once, and tragedy erupted. This isn't to excuse what happened. Michael Miller is responsible for his actions, and he's paying the price. But if we want to prevent future tragedies, we have to look at the bigger picture. We have to build better systems, more accessible care, more support for families struggling with mental illness. When something like the Miller case happens, the damage radiates outward like ripples in a pond. Brian, of course, bears the most direct impact. But think about all the other people affected. Adriana's family, her parents, siblings, extended relatives, who lost a daughter, a sister, a niece, a cousin. They had to plan funerals for both Adriana and Valerie, had to bury 2 loved ones because of one man's actions. Valerie's classmates, 10-year-olds who had to process the fact that their friend was dead, murdered by her own father. The teachers who had to explain the unexplainable. The school counselors who had to help children make sense of violence that makes no sense. Michael's family, who loved him but also had to reckon with what he'd done. Mitchell Miller's statement in court, "I know with all my heart that the man I know did not do this," is heartbreaking. How do you reconcile the brother you knew with the person who committed such acts? How do you grieve for the family, Michael, destroyed while also grieving for Michael himself? For the man he might have been if illness hadn't consumed him. The neighbors who lived on that Glendale street, who would forever associate their homes with the horror that occurred nearby. The first responders who saw the crime scene, who tried to save Brian, who had to carry those images with them. The emergency room staff at St. Joseph's Hospital, who fought to keep a 4-year-old alive despite impossible injuries. The investigators, the lawyers, the judge, the jury, everyone who had to immerse themselves in the details of this case. Who had to examine evidence and hear testimony and make decisions about justice while knowing that nothing they did could truly fix what was broken. And finally, the broader community. Glendale, Arizona. But people suddenly had to confront the reality that such violence could happen anywhere, in any home, on any quiet suburban street. The sense of safety, of predictability, of trust, all of it damaged. In victim impact statements and sentencing hearings, we sometimes hear about forgiveness. Family members of victims who have found it in their hearts to forgive the person who hurt their loved ones. It's seen as noble, as healing, as the highest form of grace. But forgiveness is complicated in a case like this. How do you forgive someone who killed your sister, your daughter, your mother? How do you offer grace to the person who destroyed your family? And even if you want to forgive, even if you believe it's the right thing to do, how do you actually do it? How do you let go of that much pain? Adriana's family asked that Michael not receive the death penalty. That decision speaks to a kind of mercy. They could have demanded his execution, and many would have understood. But they chose differently. Is that forgiveness, or is it just an acknowledgement that more death wouldn't bring Adriana and Valerie back? Michael's family had a different struggle. Do they forgive Michael for what he did? Can they? He's still alive, still their brother, their son, their family member. But he's also a double murderer. How do you navigate that relationship? Do you visit him in prison? Do you write letters? Or do you cut ties, acknowledge that the person you loved is gone even though he's still breathing? And what about Brian? When he's older, old enough to understand what happened that night, what will he feel toward his father? Children of family annihilators face unique psychological challenges. Their identity is bound up with both victim and perpetrator. Their father tried to kill them. That's a trauma that shapes everything that follows. Forgiveness. If it comes at all, is a process that takes years, maybe lifetimes, and some things may be unforgivable. That's okay too. Victims and survivors don't owe their forgiveness to anyone, no matter how sick the perpetrator was. So what do we take away from the tragedy of Michael Miller? What does this case teach us, if anything? First, it reminds us that mental illness is real, serious, and can be deadly. Not usually, again, most people with mental illness hurt no one. But when combined with other risk factors, when left untreated or inadequately treated, it can lead to catastrophe. We need better mental health care. We need it to be accessible, affordable, destigmatized. We need people to be able to get help before crisis strikes. Second, it shows us the limitations of our justice system. Michael Miller will spend the rest of his life in prison. Is that just? Is it merciful? Is it wise? There are no clear answers. Our system is built on retribution and incapacitation, not really on rehabilitation or healing. Maybe that's appropriate for someone who's killed. Maybe not. These are questions each of us has to answer for ourselves. Third, it highlights the vulnerability of families. Domestic violence, whether driven by mental illness or not, is devastatingly common. Behind closed doors in homes that look normal from the outside, people are suffering, struggling, sometimes dying. We need to be better neighbors, better friends, better observers. We need to check in, to offer help, to create communities where people feel safe asking for support before things spiral out of control. Fourth, it forces us to sit with ambiguity. We want clear narratives, villain and victim, evil and innocence. But real life is messier. Michael Miller was sick and responsible. He was a loving father and a murderer. Both things are true. The human capacity for contradiction, for containing multitudes, even contradictory multitudes, is limitless. And finally, perhaps most importantly, the case reminds us that behind every true crime story are real human beings. Adriana Miller was a person with dreams, fears, hopes, daily routines, favorite foods, songs she loved, memories she cherished. Valerie was a 10-year-old girl with a whole life ahead of her. Brian is a survivor carrying unimaginable trauma. They're not characters in a story for our entertainment. They're real. Their suffering was real. Their loss is real. When we consume true crime content, we have to hold that reality in our minds, to honor the people at the center of these tragedies, not just the sensational details. It's late now. The story is told. Michael Brian Miller sits in an Arizona prison, where he will remain until he dies. Brian Miller is somewhere out there living whatever life he's been able to build from the wreckage of that night. Adriana and Valerie Miller rest in whatever peace the dead can find. And in Glendale, on that quiet suburban street, life goes on. New families move in. Children play in yards. People go to work, come home, make dinner, put their kids to bed. The world continues turning, indifferent to individual tragedies, no matter how devastating. But somewhere, someone remembers. Someone lights a candle on anniversaries. Someone visits a grave. Someone looks at old photographs and weeps. The dead are not truly gone as long as someone remembers their names, tells their stories, honors their lives. So we remember Adriana Miller, who loved her family with her whole heart. We remember Valerie Miller, who deserved to grow up. We hold Brian Miller in our thoughts, hoping he's found peace and healing. And we remember that mental illness is real, that families are fragile, that violence can erupt anywhere, and that we're all responsible for building a society where tragedies like this happen less often, where help is available before crisis strikes, where no one has to suffer alone. This was the case of Michael Brian Miller, a story of love and loss, of sickness and violence, of questions that have no good answers, a reminder that true crime is not entertainment. It's a window into the darkest corners of human experience. And we approach it with respect, with empathy, with awareness that real people lived and died in these stories. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight we'll journey into one of Canada's most puzzling mysteries. This is the story of Richard Oland, a multi-millionaire businessman whose brutal death in his office would tear apart one of New Brunswick's most prominent families and expose secrets that had been hidden for years. The morning of July 7th, 2011 began like any other summer day in St. John, New Brunswick. The sun rose over the historic port city, casting golden light across the Bay of Fundy. Maureen Adamson, a dedicated secretary who had worked for Richard Oland for years, walked toward her office building on Canterbury Street, ready to start another day. Canterbury Street sits in the heart of St. John's uptown district, where historic brick buildings line narrow streets that wind down toward the waterfront. Number 52 Canterbury was one of these refurbished buildings, its street-level door painted a dignified shade, giving no hint of what waited inside. Maureen inserted her key into the lock as she had done countless times before. She climbed the stairs to the second floor, where Far End Corporation occupied a modest office space. Her boss, Richard Allen, often arrived before her, working early in the quiet hours when the city was just beginning to wake. But something was different this morning. The door to Richard's office wasn't completely closed. It stood slightly ajar, which struck Maureen as unusual. Richard was a man of precise habits, particular about how things should be done. An open door didn't fit the pattern. She pushed it open and was immediately hit by a smell. Terrifically vile, she would later recall. The kind of smell that triggers an instant primal response deep in your stomach. She set her coffee down on the desk, her hands beginning to shake, and that's when she saw them. Legs. On the floor, her boss, Richard Oland, lay face down in a massive pool of blood. The scene was horrific beyond measure. Richard had suffered not just one blow, not a handful, but 45 separate sharp and blunt force injuries to his head, neck, and hands. The walls were splattered with blood reaching nearly 3 meters high. This wasn't just murder, this was rage incarnate, captured in violence. To understand what happened that July evening, you need to understand who Richard Oland was, and the world he came from. The Oland name was synonymous with beer in the maritime provinces. Moosehead Breweries, founded by the Oland family in 1867, was more than just a business. It was a dynasty, a legacy passed down through generations. Richard Oland wasn't just wealthy, he was maritime royalty, a member of the Order of Canada, a fixture in St. John's social and business circles. At 69 years old, Richard maintained an active lifestyle. He was an avid sailor and skier, someone who approached physical pursuits with the same intensity he brought to business. Those who knew him described a complex man generous to causes he believed in, helping raise millions for cathedral repairs and church construction. He'd met with the Bishop of St. John just 2 days before his death, planning another ambitious fundraising project. But Richard Olin was not universally loved. His daughter Lisa would later describe him as a hard-nosed businessman who could have had anyone for an enemy. An acquaintance put it more bluntly. To know him was not to love him. He was the kind of man who commanded respect but didn't always inspire affection. Richard's marriage to Connie had lasted 45 years. But according to their daughter, they led essentially separate lives. It wasn't unusual for Richard not to return to the family home in the upscale suburb of Rothersay at night, because for the past 8 years, Richard had been leading a double life. Her name was Diana Sedilek, a local real estate agent. Their affair had begun shortly after they met, evolving into a relationship that consumed Richard's attention and time. They would meet 3 times a week, plan trips together, exchange hundreds of intimate text messages. Diana would call him every evening at 6:30 to talk about their days, a ritual as regular as clockwork. As the relationship became more public, as whispers spread through St. John's tight-knit social circles, the affair became what Dennis Olin would call a family concern. Word was getting out. Richard's adult children knew. His wife Connie knew, though she referred to Diana diplomatically as Dick's friend. The secret simmering beneath the surface of the Oland family's public image would become central to understanding what happened in that office on Canterbury Street. Dennis Oland was Richard's son, 47 years old, married with 3 children. He worked as an investment advisor, trying to carve out his own success outside the shadow of the Moosehead Empire. Unlike some members of the family, Dennis hadn't followed the traditional path into the brewery business. On the evening of July 6, 2011, Dennis stopped by his father's office. It wasn't an unusual visit. Dennis and Richard saw each other regularly, maintaining what appeared to be a cordial father-son relationship. Maureen Adamson, who was preparing to leave for the day, greeted Dennis when he arrived around 5:35 in the afternoon. She noticed he was wearing a brown sports jacket, a detail that would become crucial later. Richard gave Dennis what Maureen described as a very friendly reception. Whatever they discussed in that office, it seemed ordinary enough. Dennis would later tell police they talked about family matters, genealogy research. Richard was working on just a father and son, spending time together on a summer evening. Dennis left the office sometime before 6:44 that evening. He drove his Volkswagen Golf home to Rothersay, stopping briefly at the Renforth Wharf to see if his children were there. Then he continued home to his wife and family. Meanwhile, back on Canterbury Street, Diana Sedilek was growing increasingly frustrated. She had been texting Richard throughout the day, making plans for a trip they were planning to Portland, Maine. The messages had been playful, intimate, morning licking one golden gun. She'd written that morning a term of endearment between lovers. But after 6:44 in the evening, Richard stopped responding. Diana called. No answer. She texted again at 7:19. "You've turned your phone off. Why?" The phone went straight to voicemail, which led Diana to believe Richard had deliberately turned it off. She sent increasingly desperate messages as the evening wore on. "Stop this fucked around and answer your damn phone," she texted. Later praying messages. By 11:12 that night, she sent one final word. Pathetic. Richard O'Lind never read those messages. At some point that evening, in his office on the 2nd floor of 52 Canterbury Street, someone had beaten him to death with savage, unrelenting fury. When the police arrived at the crime scene that July morning, they found themselves facing one of the most brutal murders in New Brunswick history. The sheer violence of the attack was staggering. 45 separate blows. Blood splattered across the office, Richard's body lying in a massive pool of his own blood, face down on the floor. The murder weapon was never found, but investigators believed it might have been something like a drywall hammer, a tool with both a sharp edge and a blunt end that could account for the different types of injuries Richard sustained. But the investigation that followed would become almost as controversial as the murder itself. St. John is a small city, and the police force there had limited experience with homicides of this magnitude. Within hours of discovering Richard's body, investigators began to focus their attention on one person, Dennis Oland. He was, after all, the last known person to see Richard alive. And as police began to dig deeper, they uncovered details that seemed to paint a troubling picture. Dennis was drowning in debt. His financial records showed he was overspending by $14,000 a month. He had already bounced payments to his father in the past. The Crown would later suggest that Dennis had gone to his father's office that evening to ask for money, Another bailout, and when Richard refused, Dennis snapped. But there were problems with the investigation from the very beginning. Officers walked through the crime scene without wearing gloves. Too many people contaminated the area. One officer even used a washroom outside the crime scene. Notes weren't properly taken. Critical evidence may have been compromised. This wasn't a murder investigation being conducted by seasoned homicide detectives with access to cutting-edge forensics. This was a small city police force doing the best they could with a case that was far beyond their usual scope. And perhaps most critically, police seemed to develop what experts would later call tunnel vision. Once they decided Dennis was their suspect, they looked at all evidence through that lens, potentially ignoring leads that didn't support their theory. The case against Dennis O'Land would ultimately rest on one piece of evidence: a brown Hugo Boss sports jacket. When Dennis gave his initial statement to police on July 7th, the day his father's body was discovered, he told them he had been wearing a navy blazer when he visited his father the previous evening. But security camera footage from earlier that day showed Dennis wearing a brown sports jacket, and Maureen Adamson, Richard's secretary, specifically remembered that brown jacket when Dennis arrived at the office. So was Dennis mistaken, or was he lying? 1 week after the murder, police obtained a warrant to search Dennis's home in Rothersay. They were looking for specific items: the clothing he'd been wearing, his cell phone, his car, and Richard's missing iPhone, which had vanished from the murder scene. In Dennis's bedroom closet, they found the brown jacket. When an officer named Sergeant Mark Smith discovered it, he grabbed it by the sleeve with his bare hands, a breach of proper evidence handling protocol that would cause problems later. The jacket was folded up, placed in a paper bag measuring just 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters, and put into police storage. It would sit there crumpled in that small bag for 4 months before anyone examined it forensically. When forensic expert Constable David MacDonald finally looked at the jacket in November 2011, he used a strong light and magnification. That's when he found them: tiny bloodstains. Some were sub-millimeter in size, barely visible on the dark woven fabric. Others were slightly larger, up to about 2 centimeters. There were 4 distinct areas of staining: 2 on the right sleeve, 1 on the upper left chest, and 1 on the back near the hem. They were described as reddish in color, some appearing crystalline or granular, others diluted as if they'd been exposed to liquid. The jacket had been dry cleaned the morning after Dennis was questioned by police. His wife Lisa had taken it to VIP dry cleaners on July 8th, along with several other items, requesting next day service. The yellow dry cleaning tag was still attached to the collar when police seized it. When DNA testing was finally conducted on those tiny bloodstains, the results came back. The blood matched Richard O'Land's DNA profile. The probability of it being anyone else's blood was 1 in 20 quintillion, a number so large it's almost meaningless, but effectively impossible. This was the Crown's smoking gun. The last person to see Richard O'Land alive had his father's blood on the jacket he'd been wearing that evening. Dennis O'Land was arrested and charged with second-degree murder on November 13, 2013, more than 2 years after his father's death. He entered a plea of not guilty, and his uncle Derek O'Land, the executive chairman of Moosehead Breweries, paid his $50,000 bail. The trial that followed would become the longest and most expensive in St. John's history. 5,000 prospective jurors were summoned, the largest jury pool in New Brunswick history. Because of the intense media coverage, jury selection had to be held in a nearby hockey arena. The O'Land family hired 2 prominent defense attorneys, local veteran Gary Miller and renowned Toronto lawyer Alan Gold. From their perspective, this was a weak case built almost entirely on that brown jacket. The Crown's theory was straightforward. Dennis had crippling debts. He'd asked his father for money that night. Richard refused. In a fit of rage, Dennis attacked his father with savage violence. Prosecutor P.J. Venia had painted a picture of a crime of passion, born of an enraged mind. He pointed to the number of blows, 45 separate strikes, as evidence of someone pushed beyond the edge. He highlighted Dennis's financial troubles, his complicated feelings about his father's affair with Diana Sedlec, and the blood on that brown jacket. But the defense countered with their own narrative. Yes, there was blood on the jacket, 4 tiny spots, all less than 2 centimeters in diameter. But if Dennis had committed this murder, wouldn't he be covered in blood? The attack was so violent, so prolonged, that the killer should have been soaked in it. Yet police found no blood anywhere else. Not in Dennis's car, Not on his shoes. Not on his shirt or pants. Not on his cell phone. Not in the reusable grocery bag he'd been carrying. The brown jacket was the only item linked to the crime scene. The defense also pointed out problems with the investigation. The crime scene had been contaminated. The jacket had been mishandled, grabbed without gloves, crumpled into a small bag, stored improperly for months before testing. The chain of evidence had been compromised. And then there was the question of motive. Yes, Dennis had debt problems, but those weren't new. He'd had similar issues before without killing anyone. The Crown couldn't prove Dennis had actually asked his father for money that evening. They couldn't prove Richard had refused. The preliminary inquiry judge had even noted the Crown failed to establish a reason for Dennis Olin to kill his father. Perhaps most intriguingly, there was the missing cell phone. Richard's iPhone had vanished from the crime scene, never to be recovered. But cell tower records showed that phone had pinged off a tower in Rothesay at 6:44 p.m. on July 6th, right around the time Dennis said he'd stopped at the Renforth Wharf on his way home. Was this evidence against Dennis, or evidence that the phone had been taken by someone else? Someone who happened to be in the Rothesay area at that exact time. On December 19, 2015, after 65 days of testimony, the jury returned with their verdict. Guilty of second-degree murder. Dennis Olin wailed uncontrollably in the courtroom. His family members sobbed. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 10 years. But the story didn't end there. Dennis Olin's defense team immediately filed an appeal, and on October 24, 2016, the New Brunswick Court of Appeal overturned his conviction. The appellate judges found that the trial judge had made an error in his instructions to the jury regarding the use of circumstantial evidence. After spending 8 months in prison, Dennis was released on bail and granted a new trial. The second trial began in November 2018, but it would take a dramatic turn. After weeks of testimony, a mistrial was declared, and the jury dismissed. The case would be tried again, but this time by Justice Terence Morrison alone, without a jury. This third trial saw much of the same evidence presented again. The brown jacket with its tiny bloodstains, the financial troubles, the affair, the contaminated crime scene. But Justice Morrison looked at the evidence with fresh eyes, and he saw something the first jury had not: reasonable doubt. In his ruling on July 19, 2019, Morrison outlined the problems with the Crown's case. Yes, Dennis was the last person known to have seen his father alive. Yes, there was blood on his jacket. Yes, he told police he was wearing a navy blazer when he was actually wearing brown. But the Crown had failed to establish a motive. They couldn't prove Dennis had asked for money or been refused. The blood on the jacket, while definitely Richard's, consisted of only a few tiny spots, inconsistent with the massive amount of blood at the crime scene. The judge noted that despite extensive searches, no murder weapon was ever found or linked to Dennis. Despite a bloody murder scene, careful examination of Dennis's car, phone, shoes, and other belongings revealed no blood or trace evidence. Morrison also questioned the timeline. The Crown believed Richard was killed around 6:30 p.m., shortly after Dennis left, but a witness named Anthony Shaw testified he'd heard thumping noises coming from the office around 7:30 p.m. If Richard was killed later, Dennis couldn't have been the murderer. He was already home by then. There are too many missing puzzle pieces, Morrison said, to form a coherent portrait of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Dennis Olin was acquitted. He walked out of the courtroom a free man, hugging his legal team, his mother, his wife, but he wasn't exonerated. Not really. As Dennis himself would later say, he'd been acquitted in the eyes of the court, but not in the eyes of everyone. So if Dennis Olin didn't kill his father, who did? The St. John Police Force has made it clear they have no plans to reopen the investigation. The case remains officially unsolved, though police have never named another suspect. Some have speculated about alternative theories. Author Janice Middleton, in her book about the case, suggests it could have been a contract killing. She points to Russian and Ukrainian investors who lost $17.5 million in a failed sugar refinery deal that Richard had brokered. But there's no evidence linking these investors to the murder. Others have wondered about Diana Sedlett's husband, Jerry. He claimed he didn't know about the 8-year affair until after Richard's death. But could that really be true? Alan Golds, Dennis's defense attorney, argued it was hard to believe. Jerry admitted he would have been very upset if he'd known, but police questioned him only twice and never examined his bank records, phone records, or the GPS in his car. Then there's the mystery of Richard's missing iPhone. Why would someone take the phone but leave his wallet? What was on that phone that needed to disappear? The cell tower data suggests the phone was in Rothesay around 6:44 p.m., but it could also have been somewhere else entirely. The science isn't precise enough to say for certain. And what about that witness, Anthony Shaw, who heard thumping noises from the office around 7:30 p.m.? Another witness, MLA Jerry Lowe, saw a man leaving the building around that same time. A man he couldn't identify. The truth is, we may never know what really happened in that office on Canterbury Street. Richard Oland took some secrets to his grave, and whoever killed him has kept their own secrets well. What we do know is this: a prominent businessman was brutally murdered in a crime of extraordinary violence. His son was accused, tried, convicted, and ultimately acquitted. A family was torn apart. Private details that should have remained private were exposed to public scrutiny. And somewhere out there, a killer remains free. The Oland murder case left scars that will never fully heal. Dennis Oland lost 8 years of his life to this ordeal, 2 years of investigation, 3 trials, 8 months in prison, and the constant weight of suspicion. Connie Oland, Richard's widow, described the experience as a living hell. She lost her husband of 45 years to horrific violence, then watched as her son was accused of the murder. Even after Dennis's acquittal, she couldn't have the closure she deserved. The Oland family continues to offer a reward for information about Richard's murder. They maintain Dennis's innocence and hope that someday someone will come forward with the truth. But St. John is a small city. Secrets are hard to keep in places like that. Yet somehow this secret has held for over a decade now. The person who walked into Richard Oland's office that July evening, who picked up some kind of weapon and struck him 45 times with unrelenting fury, has never been identified. Perhaps they've moved away, started a new life somewhere else. Perhaps they still live in St. John, walking the same streets, passing by 52 Canterbury Street, and remembering what happened there. Perhaps they tell themselves they had their reasons, that Richard Oland deserved what happened to him. Or perhaps they're haunted by what they did, unable to escape the memory of those moments when rage overtook reason and violence became the only answer. The building on Canterbury Street still stands. New tenants occupy the office where Richard Oland died. Life goes on in St. John as it always does. The past gradually fading into memory. But some questions don't fade. Some questions echo through the years, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable. Who killed Richard Oland? Why did they kill him? And will we ever know the truth? That's the story of Richard Oland's murder, a Canadian mystery that captivated a nation, destroyed a family, and remains unsolved to this day. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that truth is often more complex than it appears, that justice is sometimes imperfect, and that some mysteries are never meant to be solved. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. In the quiet coastal city of La Marque, Texas, where the Gulf breeze carries the scent of salt water and the rhythm of life moves at a gentle pace, there lived a woman whose smile could light up any room she entered. Her name was Savannah Pascal, and those who knew her would tell you she was the kind of person who made the world feel a little bit warmer, a little bit safer. Savannah was born in August of 1990 in nearby Pasadena, Texas, to Michael and Shirley Kinchin. From her earliest days, she was a bundle of energy and curiosity. Her mother would later recall watching her daughter throw herself into life with an enthusiasm that was infectious. Savannah tried everything as a child: gymnastics, swimming, dancing, horseback riding. She moved through the world with confidence and grace, always eager to learn something new, always ready to challenge herself. As she grew, that restless energy didn't fade. It simply found new channels, new purposes. Savannah graduated from Clear Creek High School in 2008. And like many young people trying to find their path, she explored different possibilities. She attended culinary school, discovering a love for cooking that would stay with her throughout her life. There was something about the alchemy of the kitchen that appealed to her. The way you could take simple ingredients and transform them into something that brought people together, that made them feel cared for. But it was another calling that would truly capture Savannah's heart. By the time she reached her late 20s, she had found her purpose in an unlikely place. The funeral home. To many, working in the death care industry might seem somber, even depressing. But Savannah saw it differently. She understood that in moments of profound grief, people needed someone who could offer not just professionalism, but genuine compassion. She enrolled in the Commonwealth School of Mortuary Science in Texas, throwing herself into her studies with characteristic determination. By October of 2020, Savannah was working at Forest Park East Funeral Home and Cemetery in Webster, Texas, and she was thriving. Her coworkers would tell you that she had found her calling. She had a gift for making grieving families feel seen, heard, and cared for during the darkest moments of their lives. Her manager, Brock Bassett, would later say that everyone who knew her could see it. She had finally found where she belonged. But Savannah's compassion extended beyond the walls of the funeral home. She had begun working with Bay Area Turning Point, a crisis intervention center and shelter dedicated to helping women and children escape domestic violence. On October 15, 2020, just days before her life would be cut short, Savannah posted on her social media about how proud she was that her employer was partnering with Bay Area Turning Point. She believed deeply in the work they did. She understood that some people were trapped in situations they couldn't escape alone, and she wanted to be part of the solution. The irony of this would become heartbreaking. Savannah was 30 years old that October. She had celebrated her birthday just 2 months earlier in August. She was a mother to 2 children, a son and a daughter, and by all accounts, those children were the light of her life. Everything she did, every goal she pursued, every dream she harbored, was colored by her love for them and her desire to give them a better life. But there was a shadow in Savannah's life, one that had been growing darker for some time. That shadow had a name: Trent Pascal. Trent was 18 years older than Savannah, a man who had lived a life marked by poor choices and petty crimes. His criminal record showed a pattern of theft convictions in Galveston County, the most recent in 2017. These weren't violent crimes, not on paper at least. They were the kinds of offenses that might make someone seem unreliable, dishonest, but not necessarily dangerous. It was the kind of record that made him what Savannah's mother would later call a habitual criminal, someone who seemed unable or unwilling to live within the bounds of the law. Savannah had married Trent, and together they had built a life that from the outside might have looked ordinary enough. They had their 2 children. They had a home, but as anyone who has experienced or witnessed domestic dysfunction knows, what happens behind closed doors can be vastly different from the face a family presents to the world. By October of 2020, the marriage had deteriorated beyond repair. Savannah had reached a decision that took tremendous courage. She was done. She told Trent that she couldn't live with someone who was a habitual criminal anymore. She wanted more for herself. She wanted more for her children. She was planning to leave. For many people trapped in troubled relationships, this moment of decision is the most dangerous time. When someone decides to leave, when they finally gather the strength to say enough, that's when the person they're leaving sometimes reveals the full depth of their instability. That's when control becomes violence. That's when the mask comes off completely. October 21st, 2020 started like many other days in Lamarck. The morning was quiet, unremarkable. Savannah's children went off to school, as they did every weekday. But tension was building in the Pascal home. One of the neighbors, a man who lived nearby, would later tell police that he witnessed an argument between Savannah and Trent that morning. It was heated enough to notice, the kind of raised voices that carry through windows and across lawns. After the argument, the neighbor watched Trent leave the house. Savannah, perhaps seeking support or simply needing to get away from the toxic atmosphere, went to a neighbor's home. But she had to go back. Maybe there were things she needed. Maybe she felt safer returning with her mother by her side. Whatever the reason, sometime around noon, Savannah returned to the house on Hawksview Drive. Her mother, Shirley Kinchin, came with her. They couldn't have known what was waiting for them inside. The house seemed empty when they entered. There was no sign of Trent, no indication that anyone else was there. But Trent hadn't left. He had come back, and he was waiting. He had positioned himself in the master bathroom, concealed in the shower. It was a deliberate choice, a predator's patience. He knew Savannah would come to that room. He knew she would let her guard down, thinking she was safe in her own home. He was lying in wait like a spider in its web, and when Savannah entered the bedroom, he made his move. Trent burst from the bathroom with shocking violence. Shirley, who was with her daughter, would later tell police that he jumped out and immediately began making threats. He said he was going to shoot both of them, both Savannah and her mother. The terror of that moment is hard to imagine. 1 second you're in your own home, and the next you're staring down a man with murderous intent. Someone you thought you knew, someone you never believed capable of such rage. Shirley acted on pure survival instinct. She managed to get the bathroom door closed between herself and Trent, creating a barrier, buying herself precious seconds. Then she ran. She stumbled, tripped, picked herself up, and kept running toward the front of the house, driven by the primal need to escape. Behind her, as she fled, she heard the shots. 2 gunshots, sharp and final, that would echo in her memory forever. She made it to a neighbor's house, her heart hammering, her mind unable to process what had just happened. Eventually, when it seemed safe, when Trent had fled, Shirley returned to the house. What she found there would haunt her for the rest of her life. Savannah was on the floor of the bedroom, bleeding. She had been shot twice in the abdomen, the bullets tearing through her torso with devastating effect. The call came into Lamarck Police Department at 12:13 p.m. Officers rushed to the scene on Hawksview Drive. But despite their quick response, there was only so much they could do. Savannah was still alive when they found her, but barely. She was rushed to the hospital, but the damage was too severe. At 1:19 p.m., just over an hour after she'd been shot, Savannah Paschal was pronounced dead. She was 30 years old. Her children were at school. They had no idea that when they left that morning, it would be the last time they'd see their mother alive. As paramedics fought to save Savannah's life, law enforcement was already mobilizing to find Trent. He had fled the scene in a gray Chevrolet Colorado pickup truck, and every available officer was searching for him. Hours passed. The truck was eventually located in Houston, about 30 miles north of Lamarck, but Trent himself remained at large. Then something strange happened. In the midst of his flight from justice, Trent apparently decided to record a video. It was posted to YouTube, though it would later be removed. The video was just over 4 minutes long, and it would become one of the most chilling pieces of evidence in the case. In the footage, Trent spoke directly to the camera, addressing his daughter. "I'm recording this because I want my daughter to know that I love you," he said, his tone almost apologetic. But as the video continued, his words took a darker turn. He spoke about Savannah, though he didn't use her name. "I knew she was kind of too young," he said. "She's been playing me for a fool. I told her not to mess with me, not to mess with my emotions. Don't play with me." There were suggestions that Trent believed Savannah was having an affair. Some reports indicated he had overheard her talking on the phone with another man about a sexual dream. Whether this was real or imagined, whether Savannah was actually involved with someone else or Trent's jealousy had conjured infidelity where none existed, we'll never know for certain. What we do know is that in Trent's mind, he had been wronged. He had been made a fool, and in his twisted logic, murder was a justifiable response. The video ended abruptly when Trent appeared to notice something off camera, and suddenly moved away, the footage cutting out. As night fell on October 21st, the search for Trent Paschal intensified. Police tracked him to a Walmart on West Road, near Interstate 45 in North Harris County. Harris County Sheriff's Office deputies moved in to make the arrest. According to law enforcement accounts, Trent entered the Walmart and purchased a few items: clothes, toiletries, the mundane supplies of someone planning to be on the run. When he came back out and got into a friend's vehicle, deputies were watching. They ordered him and his companion to exit the car. This is where Trent made another fateful choice. Instead of complying, he reached for a pistol concealed in his waistband and pointed it at the deputies. A patrol sergeant ordered him to drop the weapon. He refused. In the confrontation that followed, the sergeant opened fire. Trent was hit multiple times. In the arm, in the leg, in his upper torso. He went down critically wounded, but alive. He was rushed to a hospital where he would spend months recovering from his injuries. The man who had taken his wife's life that morning had survived his own brush with death, and now he would face the justice system. Except that's not quite how it worked out. Trent was charged with murder in Galveston County. He was also charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, felon in possession of a weapon, and in Harris County, aggravated assault on a peace officer for pointing his gun at deputies. His bonds totaled $550,000 across the two counties. Given the severity of the charges, given that he had murdered his wife in cold blood, and then pulled a gun on law enforcement, you might think that Trent Paschal would remain behind bars until his trial. But you would be wrong. In January of 2021, Trent posted a $50,000 surety bond and was released from jail. As a condition of his bond, he was required to wear a GPS ankle monitor so authorities could track his movements. Savannah's parents, Michael and Shirley Kinchin, were horrified. They had warned the judge, they had begged the system not to let this man back onto the streets. They knew he was dangerous. They knew he had nothing to lose. Their fears were well-founded. Over the following months, Trent was arrested 3 more times, by Friendswood Police, by Galveston County, and by Harris County, for various violations. Each time, the pattern repeated. He was arrested, he was released on bond again. The system kept giving him chances, kept believing that the conditions of his release would be enough to control him. They weren't. On April 13th, 2021, just 6 months after murdering his wife, Trent made his move. He removed his GPS ankle monitor and left it charging at his mother's house in Houston. The device, which should have alerted authorities when it was removed, somehow failed to trigger a tampering alarm. Trent was free, and no one knew it. That same day, he went to a car dealership called USA Brokers on North Shepherd in Houston. He asked a salesman, Jack Ford, for a test drive of a 2013 black Chevrolet Tahoe. It was a routine request, the kind dealerships handled dozens of times a day. Jack, who would later say he had weird vibes about Trent, nevertheless got in the car with him. They drove, and then, somewhere during that test drive, Trent pulled out a knife. "Get out of the car," he told Jack, the blade making his intent clear. Jack Ford did as he was told. He got out and watched as Trent drove away in the Tahoe, leaving him stranded on the side of the road. It was armed robbery, or at the very least theft of a vehicle at knife point. Trent Paschal, already facing murder charges, had just added another serious felony to his list. And then he vanished. The ankle monitor at his mother's house continued to show no alerts. Police eventually discovered it had been left on the charger approximately 90% of the time, meaning it had failed at its most basic function, monitoring. Trent was in the wind, and no one had any idea where he'd gone. The U.S. Marshals Service took over the manhunt. Wanted posters went up with Trent's face, along with a description of the stolen black Tahoe with black rims, chrome mirrors, and chrome door handles. Officer Chase Hunt led the search. He told reporters that Trent had last been seen leaving his mother's house in mid-April, riding a scooter of all things, not the stolen SUV. Hunt described him as very arrogant, cocky. He speculated that Trent might be in a hotel shacked up with somebody that just hasn't seen the news. But months passed with no sightings. It was as if Trent had disappeared into thin air. For Savannah's parents, Michael and Shirley Kinchin, this time was torture. They were raising their 2 grandchildren, Savannah's kids, trying to give them stability and love, while processing their own grief. They couldn't sleep. They were constantly looking over their shoulders, wondering if Trent would come back to harm them. The oldest child was 12 years old, trying to make sense of a world where his father had killed his mother and was now on the run. On the 1-year anniversary of Savannah's death, in October 2021, her family and former co-workers organized an event in her memory. The first Savannah Memorial 5K walk was held to raise money for Bay Area Turning Point, the domestic violence organization Savannah had cared so deeply about, and for a scholarship fund established in her name at Disciple Oak Camp and Retreat. It was a way to honor her, to keep her memory alive, to do something positive in the face of overwhelming tragedy. But still, Trent remained at large. Still, there was no justice. No closure. Then, as 2021 turned to 2022 after 2063 days on the run, the trail finally went hot again. Authorities received a tip that Trent Paschal was hiding out at Holiday Travel Park, an RV park on West Silver Springs Boulevard in Marion County, Florida, just north of Orlando. He had made it all the way across the South, more than 1,000 miles from Lamarck, and had been living in a van at this travel park. The question of how he'd gotten there, whether anyone had helped him, who might have been sheltering him along the way, remained unanswered. On December 31st, 2021, New Year's Eve, deputies from the Marion County Sheriff's Office, working with U.S. Marshals, surrounded the van where Trent was believed to be staying. They called out for him to come out. They must have known this was it. that after months of searching, they finally had him cornered. But Trent had one final choice to make, one last act of control in a life defined by violence and selfishness. From inside the van, a single gunshot rang out. When deputies entered, they found Trent Pascal dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He had taken his own life rather than face arrest, rather than stand trial, rather than look Savannah's parents in the eye and answer for what he'd done. His identity was confirmed by the medical examiner on January 1st, 2022. Trent Pascal's life ended the same way Savannah's had, with a bullet. On January 3rd, Shirley and Michael Kinchin held a press conference at Crime Stoppers of Houston. Shirley, wearing her daughter's memory like armor, spoke about the long ordeal. She was asked if she had wanted Trent to be held responsible, to face her again. Yes, she said without hesitation. But was she sorry he no longer walked the earth? No, she answered. He is no longer a threat to my family or society. The Kinchins spoke passionately about the failures of the bond system that had allowed Trent to be released again and again despite the severity of his charges and his demonstrated danger to others. They spoke about how judges needed to have more discretion to look at criminal history before releasing people on bond. They spoke about how ankle monitors were clearly inadequate if they could be removed without immediate alerts, if they could be left on chargers instead of on the person they were meant to monitor. Their grief had become advocacy. They were determined that Savannah's death would mean something, that it would lead to changes that might save other families from enduring what they had endured. Shirley also spoke about who Savannah had been, not just how she had died. I would like Savannah to be remembered as an advocate for the underdog, she said. Savannah had worked in the funeral industry, helping people deal with sorrow and tragedy and loss. She had worked with domestic violence victims through Bay Area Turning Point. She had been a loving mother whose children were the light of her life. The Kinchins were in the process of legally adopting their grandchildren, making official what had become reality, that these children would grow up knowing their mother as a hero, as someone who tried to escape a bad situation, as someone who wanted better for them. They would grow up without either parent, but surrounded by love and the knowledge that people were fighting to make sure what happened to their mother never happened to anyone else. In the end, the story of Savannah Pascal is a story about many things. It's about a woman who found her calling helping others in their darkest moments, only to face darkness herself. It's about a system that failed to protect her, that released a dangerous man again and again until he had the opportunity to disappear entirely. It's about the devastating reality that the most dangerous time for a victim of domestic violence is when they try to leave. Savannah's story raises questions that don't have easy answers. How do we balance the presumption of innocence with the need to protect potential victims? How do we monitor people who are clearly dangerous, but haven't yet been convicted? What responsibility does the justice system have when it releases someone who goes on to commit more crimes, or who flees and terrorizes a family for months? These questions haunted the Kinchins. They haunt everyone who has been through something similar. The fact that Trent was able to bond out not once but multiple times, that he was able to remove his ankle monitor without immediate detection, that he was able to rob a car salesman and disappear for the better part of a year, while supposedly being actively searched for by law enforcement. All of it points to a system with serious gaps. But beyond the policy debates and the systemic failures, there is a human being at the center of this story. Savannah Pascal was 30 years old. She graduated from Clear Creek High School. She loved to cook. She found her purpose helping grieving families navigate loss. She believed in helping women escape domestic violence. She was a mother who lived for her children. She had her whole life ahead of her. And on October 21st, 2020, because a man couldn't accept her decision to leave, because his ego and anger mattered more to him than her life, because the system that should have protected her failed, she was murdered in her own home. Her children lost their mother. Her parents lost their daughter. The families she would have helped at the funeral home lost the comfort she would have provided. The women at Bay Area Turning Point lost an advocate who understood their struggle. The ripples of one act of violence spread outward in ways that are impossible to fully measure. Every life touches other lives. When someone is taken, everyone they would have touched, everyone they would have helped, everyone they would have loved loses something too. Savannah's parents continue her work. They hold memorial events. They raise money for the causes she cared about. They fight for bond reform. They raise her children with love and stories about who their mother was. They make sure that Savannah Pascal is remembered not as a victim, not just as a name in a true crime story, but as a full person who lived and loved and tried to make the world a little bit better. That's the legacy they're building from the ashes of their grief. That's how they honor their daughter, and that's how Savannah's story, as tragic as it is, continues to matter. In La Marca, life goes on. The Gulf breeze still carries the scent of salt water. Children still go to school. People still gather at funeral homes to mourn their loved ones. And in a home there, 2 children are being raised by their grandparents, learning about a mother they lost too soon. A mother who was full of life and laughter and compassion. Savannah Pascal's story is a reminder that behind every crime statistic, every news headline, every true crime podcast, there is a real person whose light was extinguished. There are people left behind who have to carry that loss every day. There are questions that will never be answered, justice that feels forever incomplete, and the haunting knowledge of what might have been. Rest well, Savannah Pascal. Your family made sure the world knows who you were, not just how you died. Your children will grow up knowing their mother was a woman who tried to make the right choice, who wanted better for them, who loved them with everything she had. That's what matters. That's what endures. And perhaps, in time, the changes your parents fought for will help protect someone else. Will give another woman the chance to escape that you were denied. Will mean that your death, as senseless and tragic as it was, had meaning beyond the violence itself. That's all any of us can hope for in the end. That our lives matter. That we're remembered. That the people we loved know how much they meant to us. Savannah Pascal had all of that. She was loved. She is remembered. And in the work her family continues in her name, she still matters. Let that be enough. Let that be the last word in this sad, infuriating, heartbreaking story. Good night, Savannah. May you rest in peace. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.